Welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals here in Barletta, Italy. We've had some amazing racing through the course of this morning, and we've got lots more to look forward to this afternoon. Just under 10 minutes to go until we enjoy this afternoon session of racing, where we get into the last 8, the quarterfinals for 4 of our boat classes, and will crown the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint champions. We can look forward to the under-19 solos for both the men and the women, and then we've got the mixed coxed quads and the mixed doubles to look forward to. Being the last 8, this means we're into the quarterfinals, and being a power endurance sport, it means that we're going to have the quarterfinals immediately followed by the semifinals, immediately followed by both of the finals. So we'll get the gold and silver medalist from the A final, preceded by the bronze medalist from the B final. That means that the winners and those that get through to the finals will do 3 races pretty much back to back. So all through the course of about 45 minutes to an hour, they're going to be going from what we just saw there up and down this course, 500 meters in total, 250 meters out, slaloming to the right of the first buoy, left of the second one, around the hairpin at the end, and straight back in for the sprint up to hit that buzzer and try and get through to the next round. Quarterfinals first, 4 of them, 2 semifinals, and then the 2 finals. Loads to look forward to, just under 10 minutes until we start with the under-19 men's solo.
Let's find out how to beach sprint. Here's the start. The first thing that happens is the athlete goes sprinting down the beach on the horn or the dropping of the flag from the start umpire. They race down to their boat. This might be the athlete in their single, or the coxswain in the quad, or the stroke in the double. It's a 250-meter sprint, slaloming on the right-hand side of the first of 3 buoys, and then on the left-hand side of the second buoy. Then they make their way up to the hairpin bend at the third buoy, 250 meters down the course. Navigation is crucial here. They spin around that third buoy, having almost a handbrake turn, really technically challenging to make sure they maintain their boat speed as best as possible. And then here's the difficult bit, lining themselves up for the fastest straight line back to the beach. Spatial awareness absolutely critical. Navigating the currents is what sets apart the winning athletes from those who can't quite make it. As they come to the beach, they'll be looking over their shoulders, checking for that dismount point that they want to time perfectly. They'll run up the beach, around their flag, and hit the buzzer on the sand to stop the clock.
Gwyn Button is the chair of the Coastal Rowing Commission. Gwyn, we're in beautiful Barletta at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Tell us, for anyone watching, what is beach sprints?
Beach sprints is so dynamic, exciting. It's got the sea, it's got the sand. Sometimes it's got the rain, but most of the time it's got the sun. It's all about sprinting down the beach, hopping into the boat, rowing, slaloming out to a buoy, 250 meters out, race, massive big 180 turn, straight back onto the beach, jumping out the boat and sprinting up the sand and hitting that buzzer.
That's the great thing about the sport. It's just so exciting. Lots of challenging things that might go wrong, might go right. There's just so many things that athletes and boat handlers have to think about.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You've got some people who have come from flat water racing, and you know, they're really quick on the water, but sometimes they make mistakes. Sometimes the waves are up, and this afternoon we should probably get some big stuff up this afternoon. You'll see the coastal guys coming to their fore.
Tell us, is there an exciting future ahead for the sport?
Yeah, whatever, the sport is very young. The discipline started over 20 years ago, but the format of beach sprints really new. First time we ran that was 2015. And now there's an opportunity potentially to go into the games. If we go into the Olympics, gloves off, it's going to be amazing. Watch it and see. But if it doesn't, you know, there's a real groundswell of people that just want to be on the beach, show the skills that they have, and party on the sand.
Party they will. Now, beautiful Barletta, Italy. Changing conditions we're seeing here at the course, and I think that's all part of it as well. You know, it keeps athletes on their toes, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the absolute agility as the sea conditions change. We've got a little bar just about 20 meters offshore, and as the tide drops, that bar's going to make the waves stand up more. We're expecting bigger winds, so the waves will get really short and sharp, and the boats, the directional stability on the boats is really hard to handle. So for me, If you're watching, make sure you look out between the flat water specialists who come here from the Olympics and World Championships with lots of medals on their shoulders versus the athletes that come from coastal.
Thank you so much, Gwyn. So over to Pete, where we're going to be learning all about the boats and the course.
Hello, we're here in Barletta, Italy for the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. I'm standing here right on the start and finish line of the 500-meter course. 2 buzzers in the sand, and what happens through the course is the starting umpire will press the klaxon, they will set off down the course, and when they come back, they hit this buzzer to get started on the race. But I'm going to take you through some of the technical details that make these boats specifically fine-tuned for beach sprint racing. We're stood here with a coastal rowing quad. It's 10.5 meters long, and it's about 110 kilos without the ballast, but I'll tell you more about that in a minute. One of the amazing things at the front of these boats is that we can see here a wave-piercing bow. It's been specifically designed, you can see it points slightly forward, and that's been specifically designed to cut through the waves rather than bounce up and over the waves as it goes. It also adds slightly to the length of the boat. I said it's 10.5 meters long. It's got to fit 4 rowers and a coxswain in it. This is what the positions look like for the racing. Their oars go in these gates. They've got a seat that they slide up and down on. Their shoes specifically designed for easy entry and exit into the boat. And then these ballast weights are attached to the side of the boat. And the crews can move those up and down the boat to adjust where they want the weight to be, either slightly forward or slightly at the back, to make sure that they have the right angle of attack of the whole boat as they coast through the water. Lots of specific things here. You can see it's nearly 1.5 meters wide at its widest point, and that's to create the stability that you need when you're smashing through the waves with essentially a 130 kilo boat with the athlete weights on top. So hugely heavy boat, and that makes it really, really difficult to handle when you've got waves throwing it all around. Now, there are some things that the coxswain, who sits here, can do to try and combat the effects of the waves. They've got a dagger board, a removable dagger board that's really important, because when they put that dagger board in, it helps them to stay straight and combat the effect of the waves. But also they can remove it for when they get to the far end of the course that you'll see in a minute, where there's a hairpin bend. They can pull some of these strings that affect, as we move to the back, the rudder, and allows them to lift or drop the rudder, and then they've got these strings here that they can pull on from their seat to adjust the angle. And you'll notice that there's an open back to the boat here. This means that any water that floods into the boat just washes straight out of the back of the boat and doesn't add to the weight that they've got to carry down the course. So talking about the course, here it is. It's 500 meters long in total, 250 meters out, 250 meters back. The athletes start just where I showed you on the buzzer. They sprint straight down to the boats, where the boats are already in the water, and that means that the coxswain will jump in. They'll race up on the right-hand side of their lane, so there's 2 lanes, race up on the right-hand side of the first buoy, left-hand side of the second buoy, and then they do an anti-clockwise hairpin turn around the furthest turning point and come straight back in. It's a side-by-side race, so when they come crashing into the beach, the bowman has to jump out, sprint up around the flags. You'll see there's 2 flags here on either side for each of the lanes, run up to the finish line, smack that buzzer to stop the timer. So it's an amazing course, 500 meters in total. Just moments away now from the start of the first of the quarterfinals here at the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, Barletta, Italy. Lining up first then, Malachi Anderson for the USA on the left and Jeffrey Guillon for France on the right. First to go through will progress on to the semi-finals. So critical progression now, knockouts in this tournament, medals to be won in the finals. Under starters orders. There we have it. Quick start. He's such a fast sprinter, Malachi Anderson. We've seen in the previous rounds, particularly in the time trials, how quickly he can get down to the boat. He's not left Jeffrey Guillon from France behind whatsoever. Good quick start for the American. Boat handlers are allowed to push the boats off to get them off to a quick start. Slightly trickier wave formation on the lane 2 side for France. Not causing him any too much issue. Jeffrey Guillon, the bronze medalist from the European Championships earlier this summer, but he's behind Anderson from the USA. He was the silver medalist in the under-19 men's double last year. Now finding himself here in the single. They've passed the first turning point, so they'll be pivoting over to the other side of the course now to make sure they go on the left-hand side, the correct side of that second cigarette buoy. Boat handlers in their luminous pink, making sure that they don't go to the incorrect side and incur themselves a 30-second time penalty. Now we'll see how they handle this hairpin bend. Very, very brave approach as we've seen through the course of this morning in all of the doubles, absolutely slamming in their stroke side blade, their right-hand blade in their right hand, which is of course on the port side of the boat, almost acting like a handbrake turn. Geoffrey Guillon just making sure he sees where he is compared to the buoy, but he's about 2.5 lengths behind Malachi Anderson of the USA. So all still to play for here. Navigation's so tricky when you've not got anybody else in the boat to help you with it. You're responsible for all of the horsepower, all of the navigation. You're responsible for everything. There's nobody else to blame but yourself in the mirror when you consider what's happened after the race. Malachi Anderson having a cracker here, though. He's extended to about 3 lengths over Geoffrey Guillon for France. Guillon taking an aggressive angle back towards the beach. Not what you want to hit the buoys with your oar. Ideal is to hit it with your rigger, because your rigger, being that much sturdier, can knock it down flat so you basically coast over it and it doesn't upset your blade work. Anderson got a great advantage out in front at the moment, though. You can see it's nearly 20 meters as he comes in towards the beach. Let's see how he handles this exit. Coached by Mark Oria Alonso, coach of most of the under-19 USA squad. They're racing over in Pisa and Donoratico with the Kiwi squad there. Oh, Anderson's just found himself on the wrong side of that wave. You can see how it's had a real braking effect coming into the shore, just lifting his bow up, but he's out of the boat and he's certain for the win here. So a great race for Malachi Anderson of the USA. Despite Guillon being out of the boat too, it's the sprint that's going to solve it. Anderson, 2:42.23. He progresses on to the first semi-final, which means he's got a short break before that semi-final, because between now and that semi-final, we first have 3 more quarterfinals to get through. So tricky thing is making sure that you get that rest in, you reoxygenate the blood, get it circulating, and get yourself ready. So in a moment, we're going to have a little recap of that first of the quarterfinals for the under-19 men's solo. But I'm pleased to be able to introduce Lucy Hope from the Aussie mixed double and also the women's solo. Lucy, welcome to the commentary box. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you here.
It's very exciting.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Well, we're looking at the highlights here of the under-19 men's, but before we get ready on the next race, you raced this morning.
Yes, I did race. I had the mixed double for Australia and then the open women's scull. So a bit of a busy morning for me, but I just had the 2 races, which was all right. We had a head-to-head race, I think it was with Tunisia, in the double, which we just got pipped to the buzzer, which is a bit disappointing, but I think we had a pretty good race and we'd improved overall from yesterday, which was really good.
Well, good. That's glad to hear that. Yeah, it was a close one with the Tunisians doing well. Speaking of Tunisians, we've got Ahmed Talbi racing now for Tunisia in lane 1 alongside Hector Harvey for Great Britain. So the winner of this will go on to the semi-final to face Malachi Anderson, who we just saw a minute ago. Now, your race in the solo, how is it in the solo compared to the double? Because we've had the morning with all the doubles races. Now we've got an afternoon of the last 8 for the solos. What are the differences that you feel out there on the water?
It's definitely more, well, when you've got the double and you're turning around the buoy, it's a lot tighter or difficult to navigate around the buoy. So you've kind of got to manage that, as well as the waves coming in from the side. You've got the kind of cross wind conditions, which you just have to navigate as they come through. And then the scull, it is a lot, I would say, easier to navigate because you just are doing it yourself. You don't have to communicate with your other half, so to speak.
Yeah.
Which is good. So watching through the sculls just now, like it's you can see that they just have to manage it themselves.
It's tricky because you're nobody to blame if it goes wrong when you're in the solo, do you?
No.
It's quite hard.
Yourself.
It's just down to you. But
You're-
looking at this, we've got a real race on here. I mean, Talby and Harvey absolutely level. And we can see here that there's some rolling waves coming in. The conditions starting to turn as the wind's picking up this afternoon. What's it actually like there out there on the water in the solo? A bit bouncy?
Yeah, very bouncy. Coming out the first kind of half of the race, normally I feel like, especially in Australia, the conditions kind of flatten out. You get some big chunky waves coming out and then it kind of flattens out. But out here, coming through those turning buoys, it still stays quite bouncy and you're kind of just trying to stick on your seat. Like you can see these boys here coming through.
And let's look at this. So what's, an aggressive approach from Harvey there. You've got to be quite brave to jam in your all like that in a solo.
The backwards check. I'm a big fan of the backwards check actually. It is hard and I reckon you've got to have quite a strong core for it, otherwise you do a rib or something.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's your technique then, is it? The backwards. Look at this though. I mean, the Tunisian Ahmed Talbi running away with it, coached by Ibtis and Trimek. He's having a cracking second half here. I mean, what do you see that caused this lead? I mean, was it the turn? Because we saw Harvey with quite an aggressive turn.
With the backwards check there. I don't know. I think he's ripped it out of that turning buoy. He's come through and just flown out of it. I think sometimes it can be a bit stiff to get out, and then especially if you get stuck behind a wave, whereas if you can manage to get on top of a wave and kind of ride it in, you can fly home. But if you get a little bit stuck behind a wave, it feels like you're rowing through mud. It's quite tricky.
Really sticky. Yeah. Well, it looks like he's had a really clean run in here, Talby. He's certain for the win. I mean, that was rapid. So he'll progress on, and that means that we're going to see Talby and Anderson in the semi-final when the time comes. But they're not going to have much of a rest. This is tricky with the last day, isn't it?
No, it's very back-to-back kind of from here, isn't it? It's what are we on to now?
It's the third one up next, but
quarterfinal.
Yeah.
Right.
So
yeah, it is. They'll have to go away, get some nutrition in, quick nutrition, and come back, have a sip of water, and back again. It is very back-to-back.
It's brutal, that, isn't it? Looking at this time here, 2:39, so a second slower than the American from the previous race. But now, look at this. We've got Ole Hohensee for Germany. He's a triathlete converted rower. And Lucio Fugazzotto for Italy, the European champion for the under-19 men's solo lining up. I learned that Fugazzotto apparently means to punch in Italian. So he said he's going out there for a violent
Italian.
one now. But we see here the
on
recap.
the home soil.
Yeah, exactly. They've attracted some awesome fans as well. I mean, I've enjoyed watching the Italian locals really come and pack out the grandstands for us.
They have. The big cheers for the Italians every time they come through.
Yeah. So we've got two more quarterfinals coming up. This is Germany and Italy. But what I was enjoying you describing a minute ago is when they finish that hairpin bend and they've got to get the boat up to speed again. When you're doing it on your own versus in a double, how do you feel like it's a lot harder to get the solo up to speed because you're on your own, getting it from on? You've lost all the momentum in the hairpin. How do you actually get the boat up to speed? Is it just, do you do a standing start?
I think I throw in a few like quarter slide, shorter, or more probably like half slide, kind of shorter strokes, just to try to churn up the rate again and get the boat moving, so to speak. In the double, it's a bit harder because sometimes because of how wide you can come around because the boat is bigger and longer. I had my doubles partner, Marcus is his name. He would sometimes just take some half stroke slide, full both sides, while I would still be tapping on one side to keep the boat moving around. But it also depended on which way the wind was coming from. So if it's coming in from the side, then you've got to navigate how close you want to be to those boys coming in to match up to the flag before you run in.
Look at that, the determination of the handlers making sure Fugazzotto gets off to a flying start. Not earned himself much of a lead here, though. It's only a length, but I'm enjoying seeing the waves starting to crash in. Is that?
Yeah, it's the bouncy. It's trying to stick on your seat. I find is the most difficult thing. Is especially when if you come up to the catch and you've just hit a wave and your bow sits in the air, then you're trying to drive back and you're falling on top of the wave as the bow comes back down again. It's difficult to manage. You just kind of have to keep driving flat, I believe.
Yeah, it's hard work. And Lucy, where are you from? Where do you train for coastal racing?
I've not actually done much coastal racing. I came back. I do a lot more flat water stuff. I came back from under 23 trials in America, and then we had a spare spot at our club. I train at the University of Queensland in Brisbane. And Michael, our coach, was like, Lucy, we've got a single scull spot available. Do you want to take it? And I was like, oh yeah, I'll come up. It was the national championships, and I think it was combined with the Oceania championships, and I just gave it a go. It was my first time doing it this year, and so just gave it a crack, and here we are.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
It's very exciting.
A quick convert, and hopefully we'll see you next year as well, when it can just flip over to the beach sprint format.
Yeah,
now.
it's so much more exciting, I think, and more exciting to watch. It's just a bit like, not that flat water's dull, but
there's a lot going on there, right?
There's so much going on. So much
and people
to watch.
don't always appreciate, like, reading the waves and understanding how that impacts the race. It's tough to tell when you're looking at it from home, but you can see these rollers coming in now. Did you feel any of them in your racing, and did you manage to take advantage of any of those waves?
Yeah, you can definitely feel them when you're out there, and if you can sit on top of them, it is good. I think I got a little bit stuck behind one.
Yeah, like
You
just
can
like Fugazzotto's getting stuck now. He's just on the wrong side.
And if you can sort of shorten up your slide length and chip away at it when you can.
It's onto the sprint now then, because Hohensee managed to catch up with him into the last couple of strokes. Let's see, Hohensee just behind. Oh, what a result for the local favourite. Lucio Fugazzotto, coached by Franco Cataneo, wins this quarterfinal for Italy. Hohensee, a great effort from him, but not quite enough on Fugazzotto's home turf to progress on to the semi-finals.
That was a good race to watch.
That was cracking, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was great.
Well, that's the third of the four. We're now going to find out who's facing Fugazzotto in the second semi-final. We've got Raul Miguel Sanchez Hernandez for Spain in lane 1 and Omar El Khamati for Egypt in lane 2. But first we'll have a quick recap of that race. Fugazzotto 2:42.30. I reckon it'd have had a couple of seconds off that if he didn't get caught on the wrong side of that.
Yeah, I think there are definitely some seconds to gain there. I think that's the thing with coastal rowing. You can gain seconds anywhere. It's whether you are a little bit quicker into the boat at the start, or if you manage to navigate a turn really well, and it makes it interesting, because it's like anything can happen at any point of the race. You can trip and fall out of it. I've got a few hefty bruises on my legs from falling out of the boat, but it's just part of the fun of it, I guess. And that's where you gain the seconds. Anything can happen in any point of the race.
So what gets you nervous about a beach sprint race for you? What gives you butterflies before the race? Is it the opponent? Is it the technical bits?
I think I like the technical bits a lot. I think that's probably back to the kind of flat water basis of rowing. So it's like very kind of structured in like run past the flag, get through, foot in here, seat in, off you go. I think
Is that the order that you think things through? Feet in first and then seat?
I go, some people do it differently, but I try and get my left leg beside the boat so I can swing my right leg in, and so I go straight into the right foot shoe, and then I try and put my bum in and then put my left foot in, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, I've heard it described different ways. So some people say, oh, do you go foot, bum, foot? Or do you go foot, bum? And but look at this. We're about to find out what the technique is for Spain and Egypt. We've seen Sanchez Hernandez, such a fast sprinter, and the Spaniards are so quick at getting off the start. I mean, they ought to write the book on it. I'm sure other nations are going to be watching this and trying to take notes.
the commitment of the boat handlers pushing them off. I love to see it.
Who have you got? Who did you have boat handling for you?
I had Michael Russell and Elliot. Well, it's terrible of me to forget his last name. We call him EB, so it begins with a B. That's his name. But no, they're very good boat handlers. Good team.
You need that shunt to get you over those first few waves, don't you?
Send you out.
Well, Spain currently winning at the moment, but you can see El Khamati having a quick look. He doesn't like having been left behind here, but trying to keep their eyes peeled for the first turning marker.
Keeping an eye out for those buoys too is crucial when you're out there, especially with the conditions of the waves. You don't know where your boat's being pushed to sometimes, and you can get all.
And how much did you rely on the handlers' hand signals and gesticulating?
I watch them quite a bit until I can't really see them or they lose track of my line.
Yeah.
Especially as far as I can watch them, I will up to the turning buoy. But as you come around that turning buoy, you kind of need to know how many strokes you are before you throw in a bit of a check or a tap or whatever your strategy is. You've got to keep an eye out for that buoy. So it's probably around the second pencil buoy is where I stop looking and I start looking for the turning buoy. But before that, it's eyes on the boat handlers. Yeah. Oh, look at these
this. This is great. Yeah. El Khamati comfortably out in front now. He's pulled away. I thought for a moment there that Sanchez Hernandez was going to gain on him based on that turn, but this has just been
you can see he's kind of gotten stuck a little bit behind that wave, the Sanchez Hernandez, looks like. And he's...
Yeah, these rollers starting to really make an effect on the... And I think we're seeing more of an effect on the solos than on the doubles. I don't know what you think about that.
Pardon? So
the waves. It looks as though the solos are getting caught up more behind the waves than the doubles were.
Yeah, I think with the doubles you've got a little bit. Well, I found, especially in the mixed double, there's a little bit more power there, just to kind of tick you on top of the waves, which helps hugely. Otherwise, you do just get stuck. And I think boats kind of sit up a little bit out of the water, which helps to stay on top of the waves. Otherwise, you do just kind of start to dig your bow in.
Stuck in it, yeah.
And that's that.
Well, disappointment for Raul Miguel Sanchez Hernandez. It's Omar El Khamati from that fourth quarterfinal who's going to progress on and face Lucio Fugazzotto in the next round. And this is what I love about beach sprint racing. That next round is now. We don't have to wait. I'm too impatient to wait.
No hesitation.
That's it. We'll see a short recap of that fourth quarterfinal, and then we're going to see Malachi Anderson against Ahmed Talbi. We saw them race just under 20 minutes ago, so they've barely had any rest to catch their breath. And it gets that much harder because after the second semi-final, if you lose the second semi-final, you are the very next race.
Yeah, it's back to back. You've got to train for that, I guess. You've got to.
So how do you train for that? What do you change between your flat water rowing career and prepping for this format of sort of short sprints?
I think I'm a big fan of the kind of the erg run erg in between, because you can't get that from flat water or being on the water at all. We do a little bit of stuff out at the coast, but that's kind of minimal because it's a fair way away from where we are. So it is the kind of afternoon erg sessions that we're on the shorter side of things, whereas where we'd normally do 20-minute pieces, they become 2-minute sprints with a run in between, which is exactly coastal rowing.
Yeah, well there you go. So that's ideal training then.
Yeah. That's it. I hadn't done much training in coastal training in the lead up. So this was my first kind of coastal training coming into this because I'm so used to. So how did you
and Marcus get settled in? Has he got a coastal background, or is he both?
He's based in Sydney, and he's flat water as well. So it was both of us kind of learning. He did it a little bit last year in South Africa, I believe. So he had a bit more experience on the coastal kind of side of things. So I just would go along with what he's got to say.
Yeah, brilliant.
Exactly so. No, but it's exciting. It'll be exciting to find out whether the coastal's in the Olympics. I'm keen to find that out.
Yeah, well, we were supposed to have found out earlier in the month at the World Championships, and then I think we were supposed to have found out last week, but we'll keep holding our breath for that one.
Yeah. yeah, keep an ear out.
Right,
Who
so
have we
this
got
next
here?
race due to start in just, what, about now, really. We've got Malachi Anderson and Ahmed Talbi for USA and Tunisia. I mentioned earlier that Anderson was the silver medalist last year in the under-19 men's double, so he's no stranger to the podium. But to get there, he's got to beat Ahmed Talbi, who we saw put away Hector Harvey for Great Britain just about 15 minutes ago.
So it's the standing at the start that makes me nervous, I think.
It's cool having the music to dance
I
to.
think
though.
I
How do you
like
find that?
that.
Yeah?
I like it. It's very because well, Flatwater, you sit there in silence and they go 2 minutes, and you've got dead silence, and everyone's
Yeah.
kind of looking around, going,
It's a very different sort of
"Who's
atmosphere.
my competition?" Whereas this is a bit more. It's a bit more relaxed, but it's also a bit more like hype
Yeah.
behind the start line. Everyone's having like some people are having a little bit of a boogie, other people are having a stretch. There's so much to watch, so much going on.
He's very brave. He's got the aviators on. I can't imagine they're clinging to his face as tightly as you might want, considering you crashing through the waves.
Yeah.
It's
I nearly lost a pair of sunnies on when we were doing ours up in Mooloolaba in Australia. The waves were. I think I came in. We had the time trial and the repechage, and I capsized at each one because my boat just swung around to the side, and I was clinging onto the sunnies. So I want to lose the Oakley. So the aviators is a brave move. I like to tuck mine under my cap.
Here we go then, semi-final. Place through to the finals is up for grabs. 3 of the 4 people who get into the finals will leave with a medal. Malachi Anderson making the better of that sprint. So what was his technique for entering there?
That was a foot into the base of the boat, and then a sit, and then both feet into the shoes at the same time. I think that the USA, they've been doing that.
Yeah, he lost hold of his right hand oar for a second there. Luckily, it didn't flip over, and he managed to get it again.
I've seen people put surf wax on their oar handles as a bit of a gripping technique. I've not tried it, but I think there is that kind of surf waxy get a grip of it.
Yeah, tips and tricks, but this is interesting now. Anderson's starting to pull away from the Tunisian. I wonder if that's a strength and endurance piece that's meaning he's managing to pull away, or if he's just handling the waves that little bit better.
He's bouncing over the waves nicely. Bit of a look there, see where the boy is.
Yeah.
It's very, very close though.
Beautiful conditions. I mean, once you get past the sort of waves at the start, this is like ideal coastal rowing.
Yeah.
Now the turning point. Is he going to be as aggressive as some of
What's
the others?
the tactic
he
here?
did it.
Yeah.
He did it. He's gone a little bit long. That's opening the door then for Ahmed Talbi for Tunisia. They're not.
The
He's got his
Tunisians
oar caught
just
up.
had an argument with the boy.
Yeah, tricky stuff that. But and I think, I thought he closed in. I thought he was about to be level coming out of that boy with the American, but that little tussle he had with it is
It'll just be how they ride the waves back in. It's very interesting to see.
Yeah. Anderson looks like he's slowed a bit there.
Yeah. It's kind of gone stuck.
Yeah.
Boat handlers.
And how handy is it having these boat handlers in the luminous pink and green?
I
spot?
love
Can
the
you
bright
see
colours.
them? Because like when you turn around, can you actually spot them amongst all of the other things going on the beach? Or
I think, well, you know what you're looking for, which is good. And having the bright colours, especially on the way up, on the way back, you're not really looking. You're more so looking for the pencil buoys. They are kind of handy if you're running into the flag, so you don't end up way over on the beach and have to run further. Because obviously you want to keep the running distance as short as possible. Look at these two.
Sprint time. I can't believe how Talbi closed in the last 50 metres on the water. It's going to come down to the sprint.
Wow.
Anderson takes it. But you've got to take your hat off to Talbi for that.
Yeah, that was an incredible finish. Very, very tight for what that was coming through those pencil buoys on the way back.
What's it like having to run at the beach after you've done that 500?
You just don't want to do it, but you've got to. You've got to. There's no other way to finish the race, really. It's the lactic I find in the legs. They just your quads are just burning.
Let's catch up with Neve and see how things are going on down at the beach.
I am joined by the winner of the semi-final, Malachi Anderson of USA. You've literally just crossed the finish line there. What a race. It was every stroke was counting there on the way home.
I was really hoping to get some waves on the way back. I got a few, and that really boosted my confidence into the finish.
Yeah, it was very tight because I actually think you went in second just ever so slightly into the turn, but you could see with every stroke on the way home, you just had to make the most of it.
Yep. I was really just fighting the ocean back, trying to keep a high rate.
3
get
minutes.
the most boat speed possible.
Brilliant. So what's it about now? You don't have a short time now before you'll be contesting that A final.
Yep, just trying to recover as much as I can until then.
Okay, well, best of luck.
Thanks to Neve, and great result for Malachi Anderson there. But we're going to move on in just a moment to the next of the semi-finals, but we're going to say thank you first. Lucy, it's been such a pleasure having you join us.
No, thank you very much for having me. It's good to sit down and actually watch some racing rather than be here and there and everywhere trying to get organised for the racing or back to the accommodation for recovery. So it's been good to sit down, and thank you for having me.
Cool. Well, you take care. We'll see you later.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Right, that next race just getting ready to go. We know that Malachi Anderson for the USA is through to the next round, and that means that the next race we will have Italy and Egypt. But we're going to catch up with Neve again quickly.
We are just about to start the second semi-final. You are the Italian rower. You are on home soil. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling happy to arrive because I arrived to this point. I hope I'll do better, and let's have a good race.
And what about the crowds here? They're shouting very loud here, the Italians.
They're shouting very hard and gave me a lot of charge.
And I think we're going to need them here now again. Best of luck. You better get to the start line.
Neve Hayes, our amazing commentator here on the beach, joined by Lucio Fugazzotto, local favourite, lining up alongside Omar El Khamati of Egypt in this second semi-final for the under-19 men's solo. Winner of this will go through to the A final, where they're certain of a medal. They'll go home with at least the gold or the silver. And the loser of this semi-final will go on to face the Tunisian Ahmed Talbi, who we just saw lose out to Malachi Anderson. And they will race each other in the B final, where there is the bronze medal up for grabs. Any moment now then, the European champion from Italy, Fugazzotto, against Omar El Khamati from Egypt. El Khamati coached by Emma Benani. They've been putting in some very specific training here today, Last couple of tense moments, boat handlers carrying their boats into the water. Ali Hassan, we saw racing in the men's solo time trials earlier. He hasn't made it through, sadly, to the next round, but he's here able still to help Omar El Khamati of Egypt with some of the boat handling and use some of his height and strength to get out there and give that boat a good shunt forward for him. There we go. We've got Fugazzotto, El Khamati, one place available into the A final, and it's a rapid start for El Khamati. That's a surprise to not see Fugazzotto punching it out towards the front already, but he gets the first stroke or two in. This could pay off in his favor. Yeah, he's already up over a length nearly on the Egyptian. Question is, how's their trajectory looking? Is he going to be too focused on the racing? No, he goes to the correct side of the first turning point. El Khamati struggling somewhat to match the speed of Fugazzotto now that he's going through the waves. This is why Fugazzotto is the reigning European champion from earlier on this summer. He's got a commanding lead already, now starting to think about that second turning point and then getting onto the other side again for the hairpin bend. Tricky navigation, loads of fans specifically here for Fugazzotto. And of course, being in Italy at this Barletta World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, the local fans coming out in their droves to support their local favourites. But El Khamati here giving it his absolute best. He's got a bit of a margin to make up. We've seen much bigger margins fall in beach sprint racing. If you stuff up that turn, it can be all over very, very quickly. We saw just a moment ago the Tunisian Talbi have a bit of a tussle with the boy. It looks like that's what's happening, sadly, for El Khamati here. But I think that margin just too much to close in now for Lucio Fugazzotto of Italy. He can ride this wave in. He's perfectly sat on the crest of that roller, which means that he's not going to find it too difficult to keep the boat speed up. Just as long as he can stay on the crest of that wave, it will ride him all the way into the beach. It gets a bit trickier as the waves get pointier into the last 30 or 40 meters of the course, because you catch yourself on the wrong side of it, and it can just be enough to lift your bow up, which, look at this, that seems to be what's happening here. It's almost to a standstill. Fugazzotto is trying to wait for the next wave to just ride him in. That's the expertise that you so desperately need when it comes to coastal and beach sprint racing, is to move with the waves, not work against them, because nobody has the stamina to fight against the ocean. Tricky thing is, the loser of this semi-final will go into the B final, which is the very next race, and it's looking like Omar El Khamati is going to have to race again in very quick order, because Fugazzotto now making landfall. He's up the beach already. He doesn't need to put the effort in. This is wise. He's going to try to retain some of that stamina, and he's going to use almost the last section of this race to start that recovery process, because his next race is the A final, and it's the race after next. No time to celebrate the win. He's got to immediately think about the next race, which is in just one race time. El Khamati, he knows he's going to the B final, so no need to sprint up this beach, because he's in the very next race. So he's going to want to think about the recovery as well. And he might as well not leave that start line for too long, because he's going to be off there in just a couple of minutes' time. Tough work, that. We were hearing from both of my co-commentators through the course of today. But Neve is back with Lucio Fugazzotto.
Well, I am here of the winner of that semi-final. Lucio, you're literally just over that finish line. That was an amazing race. Really tough conditions at the end.
Yes, I know. I tried to use the wave to launch me to the finish.
I think it did just that. Were the legs feeling like jelly after that when you got running? Was it hard to run?
Yes, a lot. I hope that in the final, the pain magically disappear.
I think it will. I think you'll be so busy looking for that gold medal. So you're about to meet USA in the final. Are you going in confident?
I'm so happy to go against USA. I met him like 3 or 4 days ago, and a friendship started. We talk to each other like almost 1 hour a day, even more, and I'm so happy to compete against him.
Oh, I love that about this sport. Everyone is friends here. So best of luck. Go get ready for your A final.
Thank you.
Well, isn't that great? So we've got two good mates now racing it out for the gold medal. They're both going home with some metalware because they're in the A final, which means that the loser of that A final will at least go home with the silver medal for the category of under-19 men's solo. But before we have that, we need to have the bronze medal battle, which is between Ahmed Talbi for Tunisia and Omar El Khamati of Egypt. El Khamati having barely a few minutes to catch his breath. Fortunately, there's a little bit of a delay they've put in here, so he's got about 7 or 8 minutes to catch his breath, try and drain out some of that lactic acid, maybe take on some hydration, make sure he's got the gas in the tank for his last 3-minute burst on the course to try and at least go home with a bronze medal. Beautiful conditions here. The wind has picked up, so the wave's getting that little bit punchier as we get into this afternoon section of racing, and the sun now absolutely beating down. It's up in the high 20s in Celsius terms, but you can see absolutely beautiful conditions at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Crowds now packing the grandstands. They'll be fighting over space in the shade because it is blisteringly hot when you sit in the sun. The only benefit being that crosswind. So good for the spectators, not so good for the athletes, unless you're like me and you want to see some of that difficult condition out there to just test these coastal and beach sprint rowers' abilities. I mentioned earlier, 250 athletes racing at this World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals across a number of boat classes. We've got under-19 men's solos and women's solos, They also race in the men's and women's doubles, and they've also got a mixed double category for the under-19s. So a huge field of under-19 athletes racing it out here at this World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. And then we've also got the same boat classes matched for the open age category and a para rowing event for the mixed doubles. You can see the waves really starting to roll in now. They're coming in directly onto the shore rather than diagonal angle that we saw through the course of this morning. So I think the wind's pivoted round ever so slightly. That may make it easier for the navigation because they're not going to be buffeted to the side, but we'll need to see how they actually deal with the breakers on the way out. It's very easy for them to lose an oar. Wise move to sit in the shade there, but calling forward now for this bronze medal final, the B final. You can probably hear some of the music in the background. There's an awesome atmosphere here on the beach. DJ Mark Caval making sure the crowd is well entertained. Huge traveling American contingent supporting their team, and of course they will be all behind Malachi Anderson in that A final in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Luca Brogini, our local Italian superstar commentator here, making sure that the crowd know what's going on, keeping them informed and entertained. An absolute legend of rowing commentating around Italy. Just a few moments now until the start of this B final. You can see that the wind really has picked up in the afternoon, and I mentioned earlier that that's positive news for all the coastal and beach sprint rowers because they want the challenging conditions, because it means that their expertise is what wins the day, rather than flat conditions where often the flat water rowers win out because it comes down to their training and tractor pull style of racing. But we're going to catch up with Neve again. Let's go down to the start line where Neve's got Omar El Khamati.
We are about to contest the B final of the under-19 men's solo. I am with Omar El Khamati of Egypt. How do you feel to be in the B final?
I feel good. I'd rather to be in the A final, but the Italian guy is really good.
He is incredibly good, yes, but there's a bronze medal on stake here.
Yeah, I'm gonna push to my max.
Now, have conditions changed? It looks a little bit rougher out there now. Bigger waves?
Yeah, a little bit bigger.
So do you have to take a different approach now?
Yeah, we have to take a little bit longer stroke so we don't fall off the chair.
Great. Okay, well, I'll let you get to the start line. Best of luck.
Great to hear from El Khamati. He's had barely a moment to recover, but he looks as though he's caught his breath and he's got his strategy earmarked. This is Ali Hassan, I believe, on the beach helping out with the boat handling. El Khamati has his plan, longer strokes to make sure that he doesn't come off his seat, because that's what happens as the waves are getting choppier. We're hearing from Lucy Hope just earlier in the commentary box here that as you take the catch, quite frequently your bow gets punched up into the air by a wave and then it comes crashing down just as you're in the drive phase of the stroke, which means it's really tough to keep your bum on the seat. And we've seen already a few technical issues where people have fallen off the seat, and then in worst case scenario, the seat comes off the runners and you then have essentially a race ending technical. Just a few moments then and we'll have the first medalist here for the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, the bronze medal in this category for under-19 men's solos. So difficult to think about them having to go through that 500-meter race again, having only just finished. They might feel okay now, having caught their breath, but I can imagine that the first stroke they take, all that lactic is going to reappear suddenly and remind them that they've done 2 races already to get through to this B final. So they'll have each done 3 races in the span of about 45 minutes. And these are max effort races. There's no tempering them, and there's nothing to help you other than perhaps the odd wave here and there, but you're essentially going full tilt for the better part of 3 minutes. Boat handlers now just waiting for the order to put the boats in the water. They need to get that right, because penalties have been incurred if they get that wrong. So the last thing they're going to want to do is impact the overall outcome for their athlete by muddling up the technical rules on boat handling, but they have been well trained. Clear instructions go to each of the team leads from each of the nations. So that means that the athletes can focus purely on what they've got to do, and that's a clean entry to the boat. You can see it's not easy for the boat handlers because those waves do push it about quite a bit, and they've got to help hold the boat level and the oar out of the way and make sure that the seat is in a comfortable or ready position to receive the incoming athlete. Here we go then, B final, bronze medal final for the under-19 men's solo. Quick one here for El Komati ahead of Talbi. Let's see whether that's reminded him of all of the lactic he just burnt in the race against Fugazzotto. Not much separating them on off the beach. Let's see how they handle these first few breaking waves. Not upsetting either of them. Question next, of course, in everyone's mind is his navigation. How they're going to handle the approach to the first turning point. He's got his eyes firmly locked on it, El Komati. No issue going past it this time. And the Tunisian Ahmed Talbi will be thinking about how to correct for the last rounding of the turning point he had, where he had a little bit of a tussle with it, and that slowed him right down, opening the door for Malachi Anderson to move through and take the win. So clean direction from both of these athletes past the second turning point. I'll have to correct again and move to the other side to go anti-clockwise round the third turning point. You can see there Omar El Komati just managing to keep his boat a little bit more level. Talbi bouncing up and down a little bit more, which is not ideal. You want the boat to be cutting and slicing through the waves rather than bouncing up and down over it. Not much you can do to counter it. That's where the technical proficiency at racing on conditions like this comes in, because you might just adjust your rhythm and rating so that your body movement and the transition of your weight up and down the boat helps to keep the boat level whilst giving you the maximum opportunity for drive. I think Omar El Komati, despite having raced in just the last race, the second of the semi-finals, looks like he's earning himself a pretty commanding lead here. It's going to be all about, can he get a straight line course back into the beach? Cameramen all over the place to make sure we got the live action right from where it's happening. We have a drone flying around here as well, but as the wind's picked up, it's making that a little bit trickier for the drone to stay on top of it, but that's what we're looking from at the moment. Door opening up again for the Tunisian, Ahmed Talbi, closing in now on El Komati. I wonder if this is where the punishing race from just a moment ago is going to start to bite and El Komati's stamina start to wane as we come out towards the beach. The last thing that either of them want is jelly legs as they put their feet down onto the sand to try and get up for a fast sprinting finish. They're much quicker on their feet, so the earlier they get out of the boat, they need to time it right so that they're not landing in the deep water, although the water isn't very deep. You can go about 30 meters out and still be waist height. Here we go, they're both feet on sand. I think El Komati just out in front, not by much. It's going to be a near dive to the finish. Omar El Komati for Egypt takes the bronze medal, and disappointment then for Ahmed Talbi. He will take fourth place though in the World Rowing Beach Sprint final rankings for 2023. So that's a bronze medal to Egypt, Omar El Komati. Fourth place goes to Ahmed Talbi for Tunisia. What a cracking race. You could see the effort that they put in, and Ahmed Talbi did manage to close in quite significantly into the last 40 or so meters of the water section. Perhaps he managed to catch himself a little wave there, but it was the beach, it was the sprint up the beach that separated them in the end. Neve lining up an interview so that we can hear how it feels to be the bronze medalist at the World Rowing Beach Sprint finals. But this is a good recap of that start. You can see that El Komati just had the slightly better of it, leaving the beach a little bit long in the turn at the end, so it went a little bit past the buoy, so that's all extra distance you've got to row if you go too far past it or you go too wide. But clear delight then in the Egyptian squad, a medal going back to Egypt. But now Neve, let's catch up with her, who's going to talk with us through with Omar El Komati.
I'm going to jump in on the action here, Omar. Well done, bronze medal.
Thank you. I'm very happy.
Very happy. Oh, so tough. You had a long run to do there at the end.
Yeah, it's very long. I went a little bit early, so because the wave was in the back of the boat, so it wasn't really moving, so I had to run.
The celebrations there from everyone on your team, it must mean so much to win a medal.
Yeah, it means a lot.
He's so tired he cannot talk. So, on the way, we are on the start of the A final. We have USA and Italy. Let's go. Let's have a chat with Malachi. Let's turn around. You're here. You're on the start line of the A final. Big smile on your face.
I'm just so excited to be here, and we were hoping for this final since day one. Really excited to be racing with him.
Let's come in here. Yes, you've made it here. You told me how close you've gotten. You've become friends here now over the last few days.
Yes, a lot. We are so happy to compete with each other.
So win or lose, you'll both be happy.
Yes, we will.
Yeah.
I believe we will.
Of course.
Brilliant, guys. Best of luck. Go get ready for the start of the A final.
That's awesome, isn't it? We've got Lucio Fugazzotto alongside Malachi Anderson, good mates, and they'd been praying for this to be the final, and it means that no matter what happens, they can be happy for the winner and each other. Just moments now until we'll find out who it's going to be. I mean, I wouldn't be betting the house on either of them right now because they've had such a great run-in to this A final, winning their previous rounds quite convincingly. So it's all going to be down to how they handle this very race and the conditions as they are right now. I think Fugazzotto, perhaps with a larger number of fans, but you never want to discount the Americans when it comes to supporting from a grandstand. They can certainly make quite a lot of noise. I'm sure we'll hear from them shortly. Umpire gives the order for the boats to be put in the water. Here we go. Just a moment until the start now of this A final for the under-19 men's solo. Fugazzotto, the European champion. Anderson, silver medalist from last year at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Here we go, Fugazzotto, slightly faster reaction times. He's underway, coming up towards his boat first. How's the entry going to go down? He enters from the other side of the boat. Left foot in first, right foot first. First to take a stroke is Fugazzotto, clearly well drilled on that starting sequence. Absolutely no hesitation to get in the boat underway. Oh, it's disaster for Anderson, losing his blade. He did that in just the previous race. He lost control of the handle. This time it's bitten him though because he lost control of it entirely. On the positive side, it didn't break. Quite frequently you see the oars bend round the rigger. It does mean he's got a lot of correction to do now. You can see he's off at the wrong angle. He's going to have to come all the way back over to the other side to get on the left-hand side of the second turning point. This means that the local favourite, Lucio Fugazzotto, could well take the win here in this A final, the first A final of the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. It's still all to play for though, because despite that challenging start for Anderson, he's certainly got the stamina to be able to come back into this and put in a solid second half of the race, and with all sorts of technical issues, still a great risk in what is only a 500-meter race. Things could all turn around, certainly as the conditions get that little bit choppier and that little bit trickier. Fugazzotto takes an aggressive turn, barely going past the buoy, so a good and tight angle there. They'll be able to smile to each other as they go past, but I think focus is on for Anderson to make sure he gets a good, tight and hard turn. Fugazzotto can probably feel the weight of that gold medal around his neck already. 150 meters for him to get back on shore, and he'll know it's his once his feet are safely on terra firma. I think Anderson feels it's slipping away now. The only real route for him to the gold medal is an incident for Fugazzotto. He'll still be going home with the silver medal as long as he completes the race, which I can't see not happening. Fugazzotto very heavy in the front end of the boat. You can see how the bows just trying to dive down. That will mean that his stern's neatly up on the crest of a wave and could be giving him a little bit of assistance on the way in. Got a great rhythm in that boat. Just watch the smoothness of his sculling. There we have it. You see when the bow catches the the water, that means his stern's raised, and the tricky thing to then avoid is making sure that the stern doesn't spin around and you end up perpendicular to the beach. We see that so frequently as the chop starts to build. Fugazzotto getting ready to launch out. The gold medal's going to be his. He knows it already. Going up the beach, he can't quite believe it. He is world champion in the under-19 men's solo. He's done it. He's delighted by that result. What a result for the young Italian. Gold medal world champion. Malachi Anderson for the USA will be going home with the silver medal. A great race despite the challenges of him losing the oar there. He can be very pleased for his good mate Lucio Fugazzotto winning on home turf here in Barletta, Italy. A cracking result. You can see that there's a lot more white water washing onto shore this afternoon than there was through the course of this morning's program. 250.57, so that is 8 seconds slower than his semi-final for the Italian. And Luca Brogini.
A dream coming true.
Yes, I'm so happy that I win, and happy that my friend came in second. I'm sorry for him that he lost the horse. I had to try to gain distance from him.
Well done, well done. Was a tough one for you as well, but you managed and you got the silver medal here in Barletta.
I'm proud of how far I've gotten. You win some, you lose some. I'm just proud to be here.
Let me say and ask an Italian question into Italian. Ti aspettavi di vincere questa gara e soprattutto chi vuoi dedicare la vittoria?
Non me l'aspettavo, ma ero molto speranzoso, sapevo di avere qualche possibilità. La vittoria dedicata in primis alla mia squadra, ai miei allenatori, Giovanni e Dario, a tutta la nazionale italiana, alla mia famiglia che mi supporta sempre per tutti gli allenamenti, eccetera. E niente, tutta l'Italia e Barletta che ci ringrazia, che ci fa gareggiare qua.
That's it. That is a wrap. Was the first final. Wonderful race here, guys. Well done to you. Another round of applause. Un altro applauso da Barletta.
Well, we're properly underway now here in Barletta, Italy. That was the first of what's called the last 8. The last 8 meaning that we are into the medal-winning territory, and we go through the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, the B final, and then the A final for that boat category in quick order. That was the under-19 men's solo, and we've got the under-19 women's solo coming up in just a few minutes' time. But joining me in the commentary box, I'm delighted that I'm going to be able to have a chat with one of Finland's most famous athletes. He's just coming into the commentary box to join me here. Joel now Karinen of Finland. Joel, great to see you. How are you doing?
Thanks, Peter. It's the first time on this side, and it's an honor to be here with you.
Well, it's an honor for us to have you here, mate. And we see you at just about every world rowing event going. We see you competing in the indoors, on the flat water, here at the beach sprint and coastals. How's it been going for you?
Here in Barletta, I really enjoy racing. We did a couple of mistakes that led to the situation that I'm now here as a commentator, not racing this afternoon, but still tomorrow in single.
You've got tomorrow the solo to look forward to. Look at this. Isn't this a cool vibe? Just looking there at the image of Mark Koval, our DJ here. As I said, you go to each of the different types of events. Dare I ask, have you got a favorite?
Every of these disciplines have their own pros, and I love all of them. In coastal, I like the surprising and all things that we can't expect. and the different conditions and how rower needs to manage with all of those, and how rower needs to cope with all those cognitive aspects of the sport, navigations, doing right decisions, preparing for everything. That it's very difficult to prepare and do all that under a big physical strain.
It's tough, isn't it? I mean, you're right. So many things can go wrong in coastal rowing, can't they? There's so many things, from getting in and out of the boat to the conditions out there. But you're from the background of flat water rowing originally.
Yep, correct.
How long have you been doing coastal rowing now?
From 2019, so 4 to 5 years now.
Yeah, and you've been on an awesome learning journey with the coastals. How and where do you train? You're from Finland. It must be pretty cold back home.
That's true. Finland is said to be a land of thousands of lakes. So from that perspective, it's a paradise for rowing. But our lakes are frozen 6 months of the year, which makes
That's
it
make
quite
it really hard.
That carbon is quite weak against 50 centimeter ice cover. But yes, summer months, it's lovely to row in Finland. There is a lot of daylight that time of the year, but then we experience that darkness another 6 months.
And then I can imagine you're having to train indoors on the ergo. But while we get ready for the next race, we're going to jump back down to Neve to see who she's catching up with now.
Il singolo under 19 femminile. The next one on this way is the under 19 women's solo.
Yes, and I am joined by one of the competitors here, Marta Brun-Karlsson of Sweden. You're about to get going, first quarter final. How are you doing right now?
Yeah, I'm very nervous, but also excited.
Good stuff. So how have you found Barletta so far? How has the sea been for you?
Yeah, it's been really amazing. I'm really enjoying myself, yeah.
Good stuff. And how about conditions? Has it been tricky, or have you been able to manage it well?
Yeah, I think I've been managed it really well. Afternoon yesterday was a bit tougher than the morning, so yeah.
What would it mean to you to get a place in the semi-finals?
Yeah, it would really mean a lot. I would be really happy about myself, yeah.
Okay, well, go get yourself ready, get yourself to the start line. Best of luck.
Amazing. So great to hear from Karlsson there of Sweden, getting ready to face against Annalisa Hall for the USA in the first of the quarterfinals. Just a few moments away from the start of this race. But, we were just chatting there about the challenges of this venue here in Barletta. It's quite shallow, and that has an effect on the sort of drag factor, is it, that holds you back? What is it that makes it hard?
Yeah, it's here very shallow. Something similar compared to the Wales, but especially on low tide, it can be very shallow even until the first pencil boyo. That causes that it's so much heavier than normally, and I think it has some disadvantages, especially for the heavier rowers. Lighter rowers might get some benefit from that, but I'm not sure if it's maybe only disadvantage, but something that heavier rowers need to plan and take account.
You've got the horsepower to deal with that, haven't you?
Yeah. And still do right decisions with the oar lengths and foot stretcher position and
all the gearing.
Yes, and one thing on training days, our boats were rigged that the riggers were quite a lot at the stern, and now for racing days they were moved to the bow according to the rules, and that affects how the boat is running in the shallow water.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, because that pitch needs to be right. Yeah. Well, we've got the first race of this under-19 women's solo underway now. Annalisa Hall for the USA and Marta Brun-Karlsson for Sweden. Hall making a great sprint down to the boat. I've asked everybody who's joined me here, Joel, how do you handle the entry?
US had a really nice entry. That's world class. but US team and Next Level Rowing, they are doing great work with their training and how they have prepared all of these for all of these conditions.
It's certainly paying off here for Harl, isn't it? Some really bouncy conditions now. The waves are coming in this afternoon, aren't they?
Yeah, I think rowers love that.
That's part of the fun, isn't it? The bouncing around. It makes just catching Aurora in the water there. So this part of the race, we can see it's smoothed out a little bit. We've got more rolly conditions. How did you find that when you were out there?
Previous races, it has been very flat, and the waves have been moving very slowly. I did a mistake that I tried to keep surfing on that wave, but it felt easy and very light, maybe good for endurance, but for beach sprint I was moving too slow.
So
then when I noticed that I
overtake the wave,
yeah. In previous conditions that was clearly the case, but now it seems that it might be changing.
Yeah, interesting that, isn't it? The dilemma between ride the wave, but if it's only a short race and then you're not going to do the best time, and the time trials that we've seen through the previous rounds have a huge impact on your progression.
Yeah, and that's important decision or consideration we made before the race with the pacing, because if you count that you are able to surf the last part of the race, you can go much faster the first part, and but then if there is not the surf ability, then you are paying the price.
Yeah, it comes back to bite you later. Yeah. Well, Annelies Harl dominating now. She was bronze medalist in the under-19 women's double last year, and we saw her racing with Annalie Duncombe, also for the USA, in the under-19 women's double earlier on today. They qualified to get through to the last 8, which we can enjoy that racing tomorrow. So great start for Annelies Harl of the USA. She'll be progressing and doubling up.
There we were able to see the speed of the both rowers, and they were varying quite a lot according how they were able to catch the surf, and it was changing. Like they were still rowing faster than the wave. So both of the rowers had the wave short time.
And how does it feel when you come out of the boat and you're on the beach? A little bit dizzy, or is there a disorientated? How do you handle that when you're coming up to run up the sand?
Yeah, I think there is always quite a lot of disorientation in that moment. You are practically totally exhausted at that point, and you change from sitting position to running, and going backwards to the forwards, and handling the entering to the beach is quite difficult, especially in the waves. Trying to count when the boat is stopping to the sand, and trying to time the exit from the boat properly.
And what do you use? What's your technique for getting that right? Do you wait for your boat handler to say now, or do you judge by your eyesight of how deep it is? What's your trigger?
I think most of the times I'm trying to watch that myself, but I really hope that I get that information from the boat handlers. But it's very difficult sometimes to see that they're from the shore, and try to estimate is the rower having a wave that brings it much further, especially on the shallow beach like here in Barletta. It may change quickly, like 2 or 3 strokes when the boat stops.
Interesting, right. So you could have an advantage if you're on the right momentum with a wave to get another, 10 meters?
Yeah, easily 2 or 3 strokes.
Well, the next race, we're going to find out who's facing Annelies Harl in the semi-final. Lining up here, we've got Lucia Navarro Blasco for Spain in lane 1. That's on the right-hand side of the picture. And Hannah El Sobki for Egypt in lane 2. El Sobki, a former soccer player, converted to rowing.
I think we can expect very fast sprinting from her.
Yeah, although the Spaniard seems to be going out like the clappers. What do you think of the Spanish starts? They've been blowing everybody away all weekend.
I think they are one of the countries who have the most culture in this sport. They are very talented.
They certainly have the beautiful coastlines to be practicing, don't they? Oh, a big wave there, washing down past Navarro Blasco. But they seem to drill it as well. You know, the technique for getting that first stroke right seems to really work for them.
And perfect navigation there to the first podium.
But look at this now. El Sobki is taking the lead. She seems to have a less challenging set of waves on that far side.
Yeah, her boat moves much more steadier.
Clearly following the same approach that that we saw from the previous race, where we saw the Egyptian take the bronze medal, El Khamati, going for the long strokes.
Yeah, I think the Egyptian rower finds much better rhythm with the sea here. And, that
Not
makes the
fighting
difference.
against it as much,
Yeah,
is she?
yeah.
Yeah.
And, if the boat is not bouncing that much, it's so much easier and faster.
Yeah, look at
It
this.
feels
This is
like
a huge
dancing.
margin. Oh, yeah? So, oh, she looks to have gone a little bit long past the turning point. The technical ability of Navarro Blasco seems to have closed down the gap in handling that turn, doesn't it?
Yeah, even though the turn was difficult for both of them, but the situation changed.
It's all turned around now. That amazingly fast turn from Navarro Blasco stole the lead, although our data is telling us that El Sobki is back in front, so we'll see how she handles the return leg now that she's going with the waves rather than against it. Will she still be able to maintain a good rhythm?
Again, we can see with the speeds that the boat speed is changing hugely according to the surf or not.
Yeah, this looks like the Egyptians now pulling through. I think the bow of the Spanish girl there, Navarro Blasco, just caught up behind a wave. She was stuck on the wrong side of it for a minute, wasn't she?
Yeah, that's true.
And look, she's sort of stuck between two waves here again. It's holding her back. And that means that El Sobki is running away with it. Got great boat speed. Now coming to the shore, she's caught behind a wave now. This is so tricky. She's almost at a standstill. Can you believe that?
The end of the race feels horrible with all that burning in the muscles, and when the boat really stops in that very, very shallow water.
Here we go. It's down to the sprint now. El Sobki going up. She's first on the beach. It's going to come down to the last few steps. Nearly tripping up. Here we go. El Sobki takes the win for Egypt, so she's through to the semi-finals.
That was a great race.
That was amazing. I mean, the impact of the waves on the race, and I wonder, it's a little bit trickier. We were talking about the weight impact with these athletes needing the strength to get over that wave is quite a tough thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah. The coastal rowing boat is heavy, and those conditions make it so slow. So if the rower needs to accelerate at every stroke, it's very, very heavy.
So what's your training technique to prep for that sort of situation? It's you need the right strength and endurance for it then, don't you?
Yeah, on the side of physical abilities, it's strength and strength endurance. Maximal strength reserve helps a lot building that, but I think the biggest thing is how you are able to use those physical abilities, how you are able to use it there in the rhythm of the sea, because the amount that you can lose there is so much more than what you can do.
So how do you balance your training for the different disciplines that you follow? You've got indoor, flat water, 2K, and then you've got beach sprints. Are you staying on for the coastals next week as well?
Yeah, I'm staying. I think I'm waiting the entrance discipline also a lot. But how I do the periodization of the training year, I mostly focus on flat water, but this is like my off-season enjoyment in this sport, and I've learned a lot from coastal rowing. also as a flat water rower.
Here we go then, a hotly anticipated race this one. Hella Belhaji Mohamed for Tunisia on the near side. She is an absolute rocket down the beach alongside Agatha Rumbaut for France. She was 4th at the European Championships this year, but this Hella Belhaji Mohamed, the reigning 2-time world champion in the under-19 women's solo, she is a force to be reckoned with. Coming towards the first turning point now. Look at the chop here. Oh, that's exactly what you don't want, isn't it?
Yeah, even though it, especially now when it moved her to the wrong side of the boyo, she needs to make a big correction. I think that was probably the game changer in this race.
That's it, isn't it? And Belhaji Mohamed just running away with it. Really high rate of sculling there. And she's earned herself 3-4 lengths of clear water already ahead of the French athlete. But that's tough, isn't it? I mean, the waves can just push your bow off course and then you're spending valuable time correcting.
Yeah, that's a good example how in this sport decisive things can happen in a snapshot.
So what's your technique for dealing with these pencil boys? Do you try and just go around them entirely, or you don't think about them and you'll hit them and you're happy to hit them?
The conditions are easy. I try to hit them with the rigger, not with the oar.
Yeah.
But in this kind of conditions, I think they're very at the limit when I start to play safe and go around them.
Yeah.
Because it's easy that if you get just one bad stroke, then your bow is on the wrong side of the boyo.
Yeah, because it can turn you so easily, can't it? So what would you be thinking now? If you had the advantage, the lead that Hella Belhaji Mohamed has now, would you slow down and try to conserve energy? Because it's still race 1 for her.
Yeah, I would spare some energy, and I think she will too.
Yeah, critical, isn't it? Because she'll be thinking about the semi-final now that she's got a big lead.
She's such experienced rower, even though she is very young. But I think she will cope with the situation so that she is already preparing for the next round.
Yeah. 18 years of age, Hella Belhaji Mohamed, coached by Ibtisam Trimek. And whatever he's coaching her with is certainly paying off, because her technique and her approach has won her 2 gold medals at the last 2 World Rowing Beach Sprint finals.
Nice footage from her technique.
This is the bit where it's like they're stuck in the mud, isn't it? Just barely moving at all. So what can you do here? You've just got to deal with the waves and hope you get a clean landing afterwards, I suppose.
Yeah, this morning I tried to change my rhythm, have much shorter stroke on those last 5 strokes and keep the boat moving. I'm not sure if it was the right decision, but at least better than trying to go long and slow.
Right. Okay, so something to create a little bit of a faster... Well, Agatha Rumbaut will finish second here in this 3rd of the 4 quarterfinals. So that means Hella Belhaji Mohamed progresses on to the semis. And we will see Rumbaut again next year. But that was a great race from Hella Belhaji Mohamed. I think it went exactly to the form book. So we'll see what comes of her semi-final. We'll find out who's joining her in that semi-final, because now we've got Maria Lanciano and Evelyn Pacule for Italy and Great Britain. Look, she's got her eyes locked onto her boat handler, didn't she?
Yeah, and she had a beautiful rhythm in those choppy waves at the beginning.
That is textbook beach sprint racing by Hella Belhaji Mohamed.
Not a surprise that she's already 2 times champion in this category.
Well, it shows she's 18 now, so she was 16 the first time she was top of the world.
Very impressive.
Very impressive. And she's dominating the under-19s. I'm pretty sure that when she breaks it out onto the over-19s, people are going to be watching for her.
Absolutely.
Evelyn Pacule for Great Britain on the right, Maria Lanciano, Italy on the left. Lanciano, local from Barletta itself, so all of her class turning up yesterday. I'm sure they're in the grandstands now supporting her. Here we go, essentially an exact repeat from the European Championships this year. Pakule took the gold last time, Lanciano the silver. Lanciano will be looking to try and turn that around here on her home water. Let's see who gets the first stroke in. It's the British athlete.
Very good boat entry.
Well, we're underway then with this quarterfinal, which amazing that it's essentially a repeat of the Europeans from earlier on this summer. I'm loving how much choppier it is, really throwing the boats around. Well, Pakule of Great Britain out in front by about a length, not much in it. Moving over to the other side of the course to make sure they get on the correct side of the second pencil buoy. Hard work, really putting the pressure in here.
I think she is able to keep the boat moving smoother and keep the speed up.
She's got slightly longer stroke than the Italian. The Italian seems to have quite a short stroke. It's paid off. I mean, she's here in the quarterfinal, but work to do to compete alongside Evelyn Pakule of Great Britain, European champion from San Sebastian.
I think again finding the right rhythm with the sea was paying off here. Made a big difference.
Yeah, looks like it. Pakule for Great Britain first around the turning point, and will be feeling pretty safe, I can imagine, at this stage. That's quite a big margin she's got to play with. No need to change course. Boat handlers giving a clear steer on where to come back in onto the beach landing.
It looks that Evelyn is already focusing on just trying to avoid any mistakes, just doing confident performance to the end.
Yeah, I think so. Grandstand's now full as we're getting into this afternoon's session of racing. It's really hot out there. How have you found the conditions here, coming from Finland, where, as you say, there's lots and lots of ice everywhere, to racing in this heat?
I think I must be an exception as a Finn, but I like hot conditions.
Oh, look at that. That's a perfect camera angle to see Pakule getting over the wave and the speed increase she gets as she now starts to pull away from it. So important not to get caught between. Good clean exit, so Evelyn Pakule for Great Britain is going to progress on to the semi-finals for the under-19 women's solo.
Here, even though the temperature is quite high at this time of the year, but there the wind is making it to feel much cooler. I didn't find that as an issue. It's actually very comfortable temperature there.
Right, and that's so important, isn't it? Because, yeah, the breeze to just keep the body temperature in check. Now we're through all of the quarterfinals, which means we know who's lining up in the semis. The first one's going to be Annalisa Hall for the USA alongside Hannah El Sobki of Egypt, and then the second one will be Hela Belhaji Mohammed against Evelyn Pakule. Belhaji Mohammed from Tunisia and Pakule of Great Britain. So we're through the first round of these under-19 women's solos. Joel, it's been an absolute pleasure having you join us here in the commentary box.
Thank you, Peter.
Well done on your racing. Good luck, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, see you.
Well, we've got another interview with Niamh down there on the beach before we get on to the first of the semi-finals between Hall and El Sobki.
Hannah El Sobki of Egypt, you are here. You're about to go into the semi-final of the Coastal Under-19 Women's Solo. How are you getting on? How are you feeling?
I'm still not processing it, to be honest. But I want to be like staying confident, and I have faith, and hopefully I'll do good.
Egypt have already won a medal in the under-19 men's solo. That must be very encouraging for you.
It is, and I actually want to congratulate my cousin who just won the medal, and hopefully I'll be next.
Oh, amazing. You've obviously done a lot of work in Egypt to promote the sport and to get it up to the standard. You're here at the World Championships. You're about to race in the semi-final. Go enjoy every minute and best of luck.
Hannah El-Sobki, the former soccer player turned rower, coached by Emma Benani. She's seen off some pretty tough competition to get to this stage, and she's now one of 4 women competing for 3 medals in the under-19 women's solo at this World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Barletta, Puglia, Italy. So they're very, very familiar with the conditions out there because they've just done their quarter-final. So the conditions won't have changed much since their last race, but of course, conditions out there on the water this afternoon very different to the previous rounds that they contested yesterday. So now we're going to look forward to finding out which one of these young women is going to get into that A final and therefore certainty of taking a medal home with them. Annalise Hall, perhaps the favourite in this lineup of 2. She was a bronze medalist in the under-19 women's double from 2022. I mentioned earlier that she's racing alongside Annalie Duncombe in the USA under-19 women's double. She's doubling up and finding herself here in the solo as well. 1 minute until the start of the race, so they'll be going through their final mental prep. Different approaches. Everybody has a slightly different way of dealing with this. We saw through the course of much of the racing so far, some wear socks, some don't. But Annalie Duncombe was telling us that this sand is perfect sprinting sand because it's slightly compacted and a tiny bit damp on the surface, which means that you can get purchase and it doesn't spit out from under you like super dry sand does. Here we go then. 1 space to go through to the A final. Annalise Hall absolutely gunning it down the beach. She's going to get to her boat first. Her boat positioned that little bit further out into the slightly deeper water. Clever tactic that. It means that her first stroke is past those breaking waves, which has upset a lot of athletes so far, where they get their oars stuck when they may not have the perfect grip on the handles, and it just upsets the start of the race right from the very beginning. Hall already a length up. El-Sobki, oh dear, disaster for her. Those few little waves just sending her bow ball off on an angle, so she's immediately having to correct for that. Not what she wants to be doing. She did have that great long stroke that saw her close down on Navarro Belasco in the previous race. We'll see if that pays off for her now in this outbound leg. She's a length and a half or so behind the American. The American now being told to move over to make sure she gets to the correct side of her 3rd turning point, or at least to start angling that way as she passes the 2nd of the pencil boys. No issue for any of the athletes thus far navigating the slalom. Clearly well drilled by their support staff to make sure that they get that right. But you can see Annalise Hall just pulling away from El-Sobki in this outbound leg. She's got the great boat speed and just slightly better handling of the growing wavy conditions. Turning point view here now. She goes for the aggressive approach. That's what we like to see, and she's barely gone past the turning point at all. So a good tight rounding. Uh-oh, she's gonna catch her blade. She pulls it in, well handled. So now the straight line leg back to the beach. This is gonna be hard work for El-Sobki to close in that margin now. I think she may well run out of water, and that will mean that Annalise Hall will start to think about conserving energy for moving on to the A final, because you can see there's a big margin built up here. Hall, coached by Mark Oria Alonso, coaching most of the under-19 USA squad, and it's a cracking race here. Next level rowing from Annalise Hall of the USA. I think El-Sobki will start to feel that there's a bit too much work to do to try and get into that A final. She may want to consider the fact that she'll be going through to the B final and may decide to reserve some energy as well to at least have something in the tank to contest the bronze medal, where she'll face the loser of the very next race. Because the loser of the next race will have to race immediately after, going straight from the 2nd semi-final into the B final. Annalise Harlow comfortably ticking it over into the beach. Just trying to make sure she stays straight. Let's see how she tackles the exit. She's got a good safe margin. She can jog up the beach now. She'll be going through to the A final. Fantastic performance from her. Nothing's going to change. She's in to the A final here for the under-19 women's solo. And that means that Hannah Elsobki will be thinking about conserving her energy for that B final. One race comes before her in that B final though, so she does have that few minutes of extra rest compared to the loser of the next semi-final, who'll be going straight into it. So a potential bronze medal still on the cards for Elsobki. Cracking result though for Hall. I think the form book would have expected her to win that. You can never be absolutely sure because things can turn around. Luca Regini trying to collar one of them for a quick chat. But there's the official result, 3:11.24 to Annelies Hall. We'll have a little recap of that race to just remind ourselves of how they handled it. And now we're going to catch up with our commentators out there on the sand at the finish line, where we're going to hear from Annelies Hall.
Annelies, you just qualified to the A final. Such a wonderful race. What was the secret?
I don't know, just being relaxed out in the surf. It's definitely getting a little tougher out there with the waves, but keeping my composure and just pushing through.
You've done an excellent job, and now what's your goal for the A final?
The goal is gold.
Good luck, all the best to you. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Well, she's having a cracking beach sprint finals this year, Annelies Hall. We'll see her in the A final. She's definitely going home with some metalware. It's at least the silver, but we're going to find out who will be joining her in that A final. The winner of this very next race, the second semi-final. Lined up here, Hella Belhaji Mohamed for Tunisia on the left, the two-time world champion from the last 2 years, and Evelyn Pakoulé, the European champion of this year. So both no strangers to the top of the podium, but they've got to get past each other to even stand a chance of getting on the top of the podium by making it into the A final. Last year we saw Belhaji Mohamed also racing in the open age mixed double, where she took a bronze medal. So despite being an under-19, she's already punching it out with the best in the world. Just watch this sprint though coming up, because I think she has to be the fastest sprinter out of all of the under-19 women racing. She'll be almost certain to get to her boat first. Question is, what has Evelyn Pakoulé got in the locker to compete alongside Hella Belhaji Mohamed, both formidable athletes. Last moments, their boat's now being put in the water, which means that shortly they'll be told to get ready. We'll see who keeps their eye on the flag or who waits for the sound of the buzzer. They are allowed to go on the drop of the flag, and if there's any kind of delay, they don't want to have been waiting for the buzzer before they get started. Here we go. The sprint is on, and Hella Belhaji Mohamed, like a rocket down the beach. There's absolutely no stopping her. Absolute determination. Then we'll watch her face here once she's turned around and in the boat, because she keeps eyes locked on her boat handlers for all the guidance to get a good, clean, and straight trajectory towards the first turning point. This, though, is Pakoulé. Now we look here as Pakoulé makes her way through the waves. Tricky first few waves to get through, but she's getting that boat up to speed now, getting clattered by a few breakers there. Tough to make it past them. All the work to do to try and compete alongside the two-time world champion Hella Belhaji Mohamed. Eyes locked on her support staff. There we have Pakoulé trailing behind Belhaji Mohamed. Nearly 3 lengths in it. Quite a margin so far for the young Tunisian. This is exactly what we'd expect to see from her, though. Very high rate of striking, slightly lower in the gearing to make her able to keep that high rate of striking, just keep the boat speed ticking over through the waves rather than trying to go too long and strong and burning out the muscles. Now she's past the second turning point, so she's now making her way towards the third turning point and that hairpin bend. The big rollers, no issue for her as she bounces over them. You can see how these waves could start to push your bow off course, but she's so expert at just micro corrections through the course of her stroke and power curve to make sure that the boat immediately turns back in the right direction. Oh, she timed that to perfection. There was a wave that just took her bow round with it, and that was perhaps the fastest turn we've seen so far today. Absolute textbook and expert way of handling that hairpin bend. She used that wave to her advantage. Pakule for Great Britain now spun round. I think this is too much of a margin. We're going to see Hella Belhaji Mohammed perhaps starting to conserve her energy, knowing she'll be going through to that A final to contest with Annelies Hall. Work to do though, because Pakule will have to finish this race and race in the very next race, the B final, against El Sobki for the bronze medal. So she'll be thinking about conserving energy. I think she may have to give up hopes on that A final race unless something upsets Hella Belhaji Mohammed's landing. We have seen that before. A boat turned over on her in Oeiras, Portugal, and she had to go and see the doctor afterwards because it split her head open. But she was okay. It was just a fear of whether it did any real damage. It hadn't, just a little bit of a surface wound. But Belhaji Mohammed is coming in here to win this second AB semi-final for the under-19 women's solo. She'll be going through to the A final and certainty of a medal here in 2023. Oh, the boat spun round. She's on the wrong side of it. She's got enough of a lead, though, to compensate quite comfortably. A great result for Hella Belhaji Mohammed of Tunisia. She will face Annelies Hall of the USA in 2 races' time. Next up, though, Evelyn Pakule will have to face Hannah El Sobki. Time for some well-deserved recovery. Not so much recovery, though, for Evelyn Pakule. She'll have perhaps a minute or two to gather her thoughts, catch her breath, for the boat handlers to turn her boat around and reset the blades, maybe tip out some of the water that might have made its way in on that challenging beach landing, make sure that she's not carrying any extra weight as she sets off again in her bid for the bronze medal. Great to see the grandstands full now, and it's creating an awesome environment here at the finish funnel. Everybody getting into the vibe with DJ Mark Caval and the awesome tunes we're enjoying here in Barletta. At start, like a gazelle, Hella Belhaji Mohammed cantering over the water. This was that awesome turn from her, just so quick, really using that wave to just pivot her bow round. Slightly trickier landing. She won't want that if she's on a close finish with Annelies Hall. So she might have a think about how she comes in for the landing in the A final. But first we've got the B final. Just a few moments away from the start of that. Evelyn Pakule, the European champion, alongside Hannah El Sobki. Well, in a few moments, we're going to hear from some of the athletes down there on the beach. Niamh Hayes and Luca Brogini are down there with the athletes and making sure that we can hear from them just as they finish their race and tell us what they're thinking about how they're going to tackle the next round. You can see it's a packed setup here we've got in Barletta for these beach sprint finals. We're all very much enjoying the conditions, getting that a little bit trickier as the afternoon's gone on. Waves coming directly in on shore, though. We didn't have that through yesterday. They're off at a slight angle. So this means that it's Not as much of a challenge to keep straight because you haven't got the waves coming in at the diagonal. So thoroughly enjoying this World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals and Championships. 10 boat classes we've been enjoying so far, and we've got more to come tomorrow, because after these under-19 solos, later today we've got the mixed coxed quad and then the mixed double, and then tomorrow the last 8 races for the under-19 men's and women's doubles, the under-19 mixed double, and then we've got the men's and women's solos tomorrow afternoon to close out the Beach Sprint Finals. And for those, many of these athletes are staying on through the course of this week, because just next weekend we've got the World Rowing Coastal Championships, which is the endurance variation of our coastal rowing. But for the time being, we're going to catch up with Evelyn Pakule down there at the finish line.
So I am joined by Evelyn Pakule of GBR, about to contest the B final of the Coastal Under-19 Women's Solo. What does it mean to you to be here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, about to go for a bronze medal?
Well, the competition's been amazing, and I'm just really happy to be able to race in this.
I think you're still out of breath from the last round. There's not much recovery time here. Are you new to beach sprints?
No, I've been in international competitions before, so.
And tell me, what is competition like this year compared to other years? Is the standards going up?
I think the standards are going up, yeah.
Brilliant. Well, get to the start line. Best of luck.
So last couple of minutes before we're underway with this B final. And we're going to find out who's taking home the bronze medal. So they do get an opportunity to catch their breath now. It's not much. It really isn't much, considering they've already done 2 full tilt max effort races over 500 meters. But this is what they train for. Many of the national federations now really hotting up their training program and approach for beach sprint racing, considering the likelihood of it entering the LA 2028 Olympic Games program. That's not long, but it's only 5 years before we're going to see that LA 2028 Olympic Games. But look at this coastline, how far it extends. Absolutely beautiful here on the northeastern coast of Italy. Perfect place for these national federations to put their young athletes through the mill. Many of these athletes will be in the of good and contestable age, these under-19s, to be likely entries in that 2028 Olympic Games should beach sprints make the program. So national federations really focusing in on their under-19 program to make sure that they've got that pipeline of athletes set up, trained, experienced, all ready before it makes its way on to the Olympics in 2028. Shortly, we're going to be joined by Vincent Gaillard here in the commentary box. He's coming to join us soon. He's the World Rowing Executive Director, and we can ask him all the tricky questions about World Rowing's future and this new variation of the sport, only 3 years in the making. Mark Isaacs on the left there, Mark Cavall. Mark Isaacs, the producer of the sports presentation, and Mark Cavall on the right are DJ, bringing the vibes to our venue here in Barletta, creating this awesome atmosphere in the finish funnel. Exactly what you want to be seeing in this future, this beach discipline of our sport of rowing. Last minute or two before we're underway with this B final. And bronze medal. Beautiful place here in Barletta. Just a short drive from Barry International Airport. You can really hear the music pumping in the background. Part of the province of Barry we're in at the moment, and a huge seaport, so a lot of international shipping coming through the area, and a lot of vineyards around here as well, so quite a thriving community in and around Barletta. But in just a moment we're going to have the start of this race. Our friend Luca Bragini, the Italian commentator, pumping up the grandstand and crowd. You can see that Evelyn Pakul struggling to keep her legs still with that pumping music in the background. Despite the tension and nerves, these two haven't had long to rest or recover. In just a moment, their boats will be called down to the water's edge. And we'll be underway with this B final for the bronze medal. There goes the call. The boat's being put in the water. Just a moment, we'll hear the starter tell him to get ready and raise his flag. Here we go then, the sprint's on. Who's got the fastest sprint down to the boat? Pretty much matched in terms of arrival at their boat. Osobki putting her foot into the bottom of the boat first, getting 1 foot in, and with just 1 foot in taking her first stroke. That's paid off for her. She's taken the first stroke and sees her pull up to nearly a length ahead of Pakul of Great Britain already. Now Pakul starting to find her boat speed. Can she handle it through these slightly trickier conditions as the afternoon's gone on, getting that little bit more turbulent out there on the water? Passing the first buoy, no issues there as Pakul now takes the lead. She's setting a great pace at the front here, pivoting over those waves, but really moving with the waves rather than working against them in this instance. You can see the boats now starting to converge. This could be a worry as they come up towards the second turning point. I think Osobki going a little bit too far into the middle of the course. That could cost her. It all adds up. And is Pakul going to miss the buoy? Oh, the camera jumped away just as it happened. We'll have to see whether she did miss it. I'm sure she'll turn around if she has done. And if she hasn't turned around, then we'll know that she's still progressing on. So she made it just in the nick of time to the correct side of that buoy. And coming up towards the third turning point, Osobki, it's opened the door for Osobki to draw level now. As we come up to this hairpin bend, a few big waves just taking the edge off Pakul's speed. Not what she'll be wanting there. That means Osobki and Pakul approach the turning point in unison. A very aggressive approach from Pakul. Look how tight she's taken that corner. That is perfect. And that means that she has turned what was a level entry to that third turning point to a 3-length lead coming away from it. That's why it's so important to practice those hairpin bends. Now a direct straight line back in. It can be tricky to be disorientated after you've made that turn, and you're looking back on this huge number of people and infrastructure set up on the beach to try and find your boat handlers to make sure that you take the straight line course back in. Pakul seems to have the advantage now, a couple of lengths in it as she comes past the first turning point. She's just caught in a little bit of a quagmire between two waves there that's taken the edge off her speed. Osobki now caught on the wrong side of a wave. That's going to slow her down coming up towards the beach. Tricky thing will be to make sure that none of the waves catch their stern and pivot them off course. Excellent steering from Pakul as she comes in towards the last few strokes. She's holding that boat very, very well just in front of that wave there, so she's not caught up between them. But you can see when they come into the beach just how hard it is to keep the boat speed up. There's a real drag of the retreating water as it washes away from the beach. Evelyn Pakul for Great Britain, she's first onto the shore. She'll be taking home the bronze medal from this B final of the under-19 women's solo. A great result for her. Despite a great race, Hannah Osobki will come in for 4th place. Everybody leaves these World Range Beach Sprint finals with a ranking, but the bronze medal will go to Evelyn Pakul. Hannah Osobki for Egypt. She knows she's coming in for 4th place. A great performance from her. She won't be going home with a medal, but she'll finish with a pride of place of 4th. Good result for the British athlete. taking home the bronze medal, and in a moment we're going to find out who's taking home the gold, Annalise Hall or Hella Belhaji Mohammed. Let's see the entry into the boat. That just shows, as we see them going around the turning point, how important it is to take it tight and close and not add to the distance you've got to cover by overshooting at all. So Evelyn Pakul for Great Britain, 3:13.31. She's going home with the bronze. And we'll soon find out Hella Belhaji Mohammed, a formidable opponent. So we're going to catch up now down there in front of the finish line with Luca Brogini, who's got Evelyn Pakul.
Evelyn, you did an amazing race, big final. You managed really well. Were you expecting this result here?
Honestly, I wasn't not sure what to expect. The competition was really hard.
And you managed really well. What are your favorite things about Barletta?
I like the beaches and the sunny weather, and the waves are really good.
And if I have to ask, what's your favorite gelato?
Mint chocolate chip.
Well done to you, and congratulations. Wonderful bronze medal at World Champ. Thank you.
Mint choc chip, the best flavour of ice cream for most people. I think that the Italians may want to quibble with that. And Luca's response, absolute comedy. But that was Evelyn Pakul, rightly and deservedly going home with the bronze medal here in the under-19 women's solo. Now we see a little bit of limbering up, because next up is the A final. Gold medal to be won. Hella Belhaji Mohammed and Annalise Hall. Interesting to see them go through their final prep. Many people consider Hella Belhaji Mohammed the best beach sprinter in the world, regardless of age. We'll find out now how that pans out. Annalise Hall will be surely determined to see that change. They're enjoying the music, that's for sure. The DJ putting on Pump It Up. Great tune to get these guys ready for their race. Amazing to see how they're relaxed they are compared to some of the other sports we see around the world where it's absolute focus. These guys are just going to go out there and enjoy what is nonetheless a World Championship final. Last few moments and we'll hear the order to take the boats down to the water's edge and get us started in this second A final of the day, the second A final of the whole World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. There we go, in quick order we're underway. Hella Belhaji Mohammed, absolutely rapid sprinter, but Annalise Hall absolutely level with her. So Hall's clearly been at sprinting school, because that was so fast. We have for a long time considered Hella Belhaji Mohammed the fastest on the land. Now let's see what happens here on the water. Focus for the first few strokes, getting off to a straight start towards this first turning point. Belhaji Mohammed half a length up as we come up towards the first turning point. Belhaji Mohammed getting that better boat speed, a faster, slightly chippier approach to the sculling rhythm. She's pulled up to just over a length on Hall now, so we'll see how Hall responds to that. She'll see out of the corner of her eye that the Tunisian is just pulling away from her gradually. The wave starting to buffet her backwards. But they're moving over to the other side of the course to make sure they go around the left-hand side of the second turning point. Belhaji Mohammed getting there first, just over a length in it, so it's going to come down to the third turning point now. See if either of them overshoot. We saw the textbook turning from Hella Belhaji Mohammed in her semi-final. She couldn't have done that any quicker. I think it was the fastest rounding of the turning point we've seen all weekend so far. You can see Hall getting pushed around by the waves a little bit, correcting for it expertly. But Belhaji Mohammed gets to the turning point first, so she jabs that oar in, quick turn, not overshooting much, equally overshot as Annalise Hall. And now the Tunisian making a quick sprint back to the beach. I think we may end up seeing the hat trick, the third time Barletta Mohammed takes away a gold medal, because this margin is growing now. She's just so quick in the water. Annelies Hull getting spun round by one of the waves there, pointing off in the wrong direction. So that's cost her even more, as she has to correct to point back towards the beach. So that's opened the door now for Barletta Mohammed, who's just trying to ride this rolling wave in. She's going to fall off the back of it, which means she's going to find herself in the valley between these two waves, and the stagnant dulling effect that has on her speed that could allow Hull to close back in. We'll see what happens here. The speed, you can see of the Tunisian dropping down considerably as she's caught between the two waves. Hull will be closing in now. The Tunisian clearly breaking through the wave there and getting that boat speed back up as she comes into the landing onto the beach. Comfortably riding on the crest of a wave, although she falls off the back of it now into the valley between two. I think she's got enough of a safety margin here to get her feet on the sand before Annelies Hull, and then it's up to the sprint. Here comes Hella Belhadji Mohammed for Tunisia. She can't believe it. She's done it for the third time on the trot. She is the world rowing champion in this beach sprint final for under-19 women's solos. She's done it again. A brace of gold medals for the Tunisian. What a result for her. I think that solidifies her as the best beach sprinter on the planet when it comes to under-19 women's solos, and perhaps even at the senior event. We look forward to following her career as she ages up into the senior event from next year onwards. Annelies Hull, though, silver medal for her. She's going home with some amazing metal work, and she'll be pleased with that result nonetheless. What a result for Hella Belhadji Mohammed, world champion in the under-19 women's solo. Clearly delighted by that, running off quickly to find her boat handlers, thank and congratulate them too. Super outcome for the Tunisian. Annelies Hull for the USA. I'm sure happy she'll be going home with the silver medal. Look at this race though, such a fast start. Hull absolutely rapid down the beach, holding pace with the Tunisian, but the Tunisians' boat speed just too quick to contend with, despite the tricky conditions, matching in both lanes those tricky conditions. Belhadji Mohammed just that slightly bit better at dealing with the course corrections needed in a way that maintains the boat speed. So what a result. That was the A final of the under-19 women's solo. So the medal cabinet for Hella Belhadji Mohammed now includes 3 gold medals from the under-19 women's solo from 2021, 2022 and 2023. And she also has that bronze from the mixed double last year. Now though, we're going to catch up with Neve.
Neve, over to you.
I am here with the world champion, Hella Belhadji Mohammed. Oh my God, 3 in a row. You are world champion once again.
Mashallah.
You are the most decorated beach sprint rower we've ever had. 3 in a row. What does this mean to you?
I feel so happy. I don't know how I'm feeling now. I feel exhausting, but I feel so happy for my third title here. It was an amazing race. USA was a good goal. First, congratulations for the goal of USA. Secondly, I want to thank me for believing in me. I want to thank my coach. I want to thank my family. I want to thank myself. That's it. I have to breathe now.
We can see just how much this means to you. Even though it's your third time, I'm sure it feels like it's the first. Congratulations. Go rest. Enjoy this victory.
Super result. I mean, she's done it for the third time on the bounce, but the elation is that as though she'd just done it for the first time ever. You can see the commitment and passion that goes into getting to this stage, the training, and when it pays off at the end, that's what you get, the passion and emotion that comes with it. So super performance there. Hella Belhaji Mohammed from Tunisia winning the under-19 women's solo. The cracking result that for this event and also for Tunisia and for Hella Belhaji Mohammed. 3 times on the bounce, taking the World Championship title. Got a few moments though before the next race. 5 minutes until the first of the 4 quarterfinals for the mixed coxed quads. Same format. We're going to go through the 4 quarterfinals, immediately followed by the semifinals, and then immediately followed by the finals. So lots to look forward to as we start to get the lineup ready for these 4 quarterfinals. And I am now joined in here by in the commentary box by Vincent Gaillard, World Rowing's Executive Director. Pleasure to have you here, Vincent. How are you?
Very, very well. Thank you for having me, Pete.
It's great to have you. And you've been quite a busy man through the last few months. We've had the World Championships going on the flat water. We've had the European Championships, all the World Cups. And we culminate at the end of the season with the beach sprint and the coastal championships.
That's exactly the right way to put it. Yes, it's already been a long season. We're only at the end of September, early October. I don't know about culmination, but certainly we are in a different world now than we've been for the last few months on the beach on the Adriatic coast of Italy, and it's very, very exciting. And just watching Hella's celebration just a few minutes ago was that, yeah, we're in a different world, and it's just super exciting. Really,
it's
really
so cool. And just watching them on the start line as well, the way they're dancing there, having the DJ, it's just a different world, as you say. And look at this, Annalise Hull of the USA with her mate Annalie Duncan.
There you go.
And what a result. She's happy with that silver medal, enjoying it in the sea. But lots been going on from the rowing side of things, the world rowing side of things through the last few months. There's all sorts of talk about where this is progressing onto. We know that the World Rowing Beach Sprint, well, the beach sprint format is going to be in the it'll be part of the 2026 Youth Olympic Games in Dakar.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's really exciting.
Yeah.
So what's the strategy about how this sport and variation of it progresses?
In short, we need to grow the universality of it for a start, right? Make sure that many more countries get involved with that side of the sport, if you will, right? And we're already on the journey there, right? With quite a few new countries joining, or at least have recently started to join, right?
Yeah, that's the cool thing.
Yeah.
Is like so many more countries now taking part. We've got Puerto Rico, Turkey, Ukraine, Cyprus, Bahamas. They've been competing in it for some time. But these are all places, you know, particularly Puerto Rico and Bahamas, where having a 2,000-meter course, not exactly easy to put in place, but they've got plenty of coastline. So we get so many more nations taking part, which is great.
Very clearly. So very clearly in the Caribbean, but also as equally in Oceania or in some countries of Africa or Latin America. So the potential that this sport has, the potential that it brings to rowing as a sport to really go into new territories, to reach new population is immense. For that very reason, many of them will never have a 2,000-meter world course. So that brings new people, new faces, new vibes as well, and therefore. Yeah, it's just something new to the sport of rowing. It's new vibes basically coming in.
And it's fantastic as well because this brings in not only is it coastal, but just the new elements to the challenges of rowing. So a lot of the flat water athletes who come to this might look at it on the TV and think, a 250 meter or out and 250 meters back, I'm pretty good at navigating my single. Yeah. But they learn a whole new appreciation of navigation and the coastal conditions, which is not only bringing rowing to a different venue, but into a different realm of technical difficulty that these athletes have to learn.
I'm pretty sure it's very refreshing to many of them as well, right? To have an opportunity to get into a different kind of world precisely, or different vibe. So I think many of traditional rowers will see it that way, and of course we have all the others who will just make that a specialty and will probably grow into coastal rowing and coastal rowing alone. Which so how things will evolve is early to say, but we are taking some very serious steps now to let's say, to elevate the standards, to increase universality, to increase the way we deliver our events each and every year. This is already a big step up from where we were last year, for instance.
First now of the quarterfinals for the mixed coxed quadruple sculls, New Zealand and Ireland. Doing the running in the start of this, Matthew Dunham for New Zealand alongside David Hussey of Ireland. They'll be launching themselves into the coxswain seats. You can see that the boats are already set up in the water so they can basically get going as soon as that coxswain jumps in. So a slightly more straightforward approach to the start of these mixed coxed squads. I love watching these big boats get going, don't you?
I bet you do. I bet you do. I do too.
So coming up towards the first turning point, it's tough to choose. I think it might be Ireland out in front by a smidgen, but we'll see how they're progressing. It's a big and formidable combination from Ireland. Keelan Mannix in the bows, Monica DeCasca in the 2-seat, Ronan Byrne in the 3-seat, Rhiannon O'Donoghue in the stroke seat, and coxed by the oracle of Irish rowing, David the Hasselhoff Hussey. He's in the coxswain seat and having a cracking race start here. He's the absolute expert at reading conditions. They've loaded into the boat quite a depth of field from the Irish squad, DeCasca and Byrne from the national squad that races on the flat water. But being pushed ahead now, we can see New Zealand leading. Michael Brake, Kristen Frood, Joseph O'Sullivan, Jackie Kittle and Matty Dunham. So we'll see how they handle this turn now. New Zealand first to the turn, and they'll be lifting that dagger board out to try and make a, you can see it perfectly on the Irish boat there, how the stern swings round like a handbrake turn. Expertly done by the Irish, but it's the New Zealand boat who are up to speed first. Such an exciting format as we move on to the big boats and the quads. Challenging conditions for the beach landing. At least they don't have to worry about the navigation. They've got a coxswain to worry about that for them. But when they hit the beach, you can see that wave-piercing bow means that they're absolutely level as they're coming up through these big rolling waves. But that wave-piercing bow means that it's going to jam into the sand, perhaps less so on the relief of this beach here in Barletta, because it's such a nice shallow beach. They should be able to ride up, but you can see pretty much level. Both boats caught between the two same waves. What's your favorite part of watching this then, Vincent? It's just so quick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quick, it's unpredictable. It brings together two small islands from both ends of the world, really, which in itself is not a small thing, right?
Yeah, that's it.
And it looks like it's going to be a very, very close finish. Very close finish.
Here comes the sprint. Keelan Mannix coming out of the Irish boat alongside Michael Brake for New Zealand. They're sprinting up the beach. I think Brake's going to get there first for New Zealand. He does so. He was the first to leap out of the boat and get feet on sand, and that's paid off. So sadness for Ireland. That sees them knocked out as we see New Zealand take the win. What a cracking race.
That was beautiful.
I love this. I mean, but Vincent, from your perspective, I mean, setting all this up, we've got a beautiful view here from the drone of this Finnish funnel. World Rowing moving this all around the world. Must be an immense feat of organisation from you guys at World Rowing and the local organising committee to get it done, and all the amazing volunteers making it happen.
It is a lot of work. Fortunately, we are being helped in a big way with our member federations for a start. So in this particular case, the Italian Rowing Federation, which has done a huge amount of work in preparing not just for this edition, but the one next year in Genoa, right? So we're getting help. We have very competent organizing committees. It certainly is the case in Barletta this weekend. But it's a lot of work, yes, for sure.
It must be fun working with different organising committees all around the world to get it done, because you guys, the World Rowing organising team, you're the consistent team that makes sure that the events run to meet the standards that we can all expect when it comes to that world level event, though.
That's the idea, and we're trying to, of course, improve along the way, bring learnings from one event to another, obviously, transfer learning from classic rowing to coastal when it needs to happen, which is not always the case. We don't necessarily want to, but it's an opportunity. So yeah, there's a lot of work involved for sure, and a lot of competent people in Lausanne at our office to do it, which is awesome.
Very cool. Well, next race up then, we're going to find out who's facing New Zealand in the first of the semi-finals. The second quarter-final is between Great Britain and the USA. Great Britain on the left there. Lining up in the Great Britain squad, we've got Jerry Owen, Natasha Searson, Ruth Sidorn, Charles Cousins and Ryan Glimond. And then for the USA, we've got Chris Back, Jenny Sawley, Alexa McAuliffe, Corey Rogers, Coral Caston, and coached by Mark Aurea Alonso. So the runners here, Ryan Glimond, the cox for Great Britain, and Coral Caston, the coxswain for the USA. You can see that these athletes have to stand on the beach until the buzzer goes. So they're not allowed into the boat until the race has started, which means that the starting umpire will drop their flag. Then they can all get in the boat and wait for their coxswain to be in as well. A real sprinter's stance there for Ryan Glimond. Here we go. Let's see if that pays off for him. He's quick. He's going to get to the boat first, and we often see them taking the stroke before he's even in the seat. Let's see how the Americans do it. There we go. Coral barely had her bottom in the seat before the boat was up and moving. Looks like the USA have made the better of that start. Getting washed down by a big wave, though. Charles Cousins in the stroke seat of the Great Britain boat with his recognisable hat on, despite the hot conditions. We look here to the USA. They're around the first turning point. A little bit of an upset couple of strokes hitting that buoy, but Great Britain out in front by just under a length. The tricky thing is, as they bounce over these big rolling waves, they don't get any of the benefit of their wave-piercing bow. They just end up having to bounce over, and if they time that wrongly compared to the rhythm of their stroke, it can really take the momentum out of their boat speed. That's not what they want. You can see they're pretty much matched for boat speed there. 13.5 kilometers an hour is the speed. Coming up to the turning point, there'll be dagger boards out, trying to get the spin in. We'll see some of the inside blades lock into the water. Oh, they've gone way long there in the GB boat. Tricky stuff. That could open the door for the USA to get back into the action. Great Britain up to speed. They went very wide as well. Look at that, Vincent. They've gone all the way over nearly to lane 2.
Yeah, super fast.
Jerry Owen in the bow seat. He is always in the bow seat because he has the fastest exit from the boat out of the British squad. He's able to time that to perfection. We'll see if he manages to do that today. Great Britain up to a length lead now. They'll be trying to negotiate this course back in. A lot of rudder work from the USA boat, trying to course correct as the wave lifts and pushes their stern to the side. Not much separating it. It's just under a length. Great Britain out in front. They're going to find themselves in a trough between two waves in a moment, and that is going to take the edge right off their speed. So it's going to come down to the exit, and Jerry Owens sprint alongside Chris Back, who is the world champion in the men's solo from Saundersfoot last year. He's the sprinter here. They're both up on the beach. It's going to come down to this sprint. It's going to be an absolute dive. Chris Back is rapid, though, and he's going to get there first just before Great Britain. What a sprint from the American. Best of efforts by the Brits, but the USA, and it was the world champion from the men's solo of last year in Saundersfoot who hits the buzzer. That was amazing, Vincent, coming back from behind.
Amazing it was, yeah. Well, that's another kind of race we like, I guess. So just when we think GB was going to make it to the finish line first, well, here you go.
It looked like it, didn't it? I mean, they were a length up, but I think they just got caught between those two waves.
Yeah.
And when the boat ought to be going faster and you can't quite get over the wave you're stuck behind,
yep,
your boat speed just falls away, and that just opened the door for the USA. And he had a really fast exit, Chris Back, and he's such a fast sprinter. I think Jerry Owen did well to keep the margin small, just over 2 seconds, but it's the USA progressing through to the semi to face New Zealand. Now, Vincent, we were talking about all of the great things going on with world rowing, generally with the development of beach sprints and with the inclusion of more nations getting involved. Next year, though, Paris Olympic Games 2024, quite an exciting thing. How do you guys juggle all of these different events, the different formats? I mean, you don't have an endless team of people, and you're now you've been at the helm for a couple of years now. How does that all work?
The reality, it's a struggle from a resource standpoint. We are juggling with many things. What can I say? We're just very, very privileged to have a very competent team and hardworking people. So we juggle, not just between coastal and classic, but also classic and coastal and indoor rowing, which is another set of events, right?
And you've been bringing some awesome innovations to the indoors as well, with the Versa Challenge and some new approaches to the virtual versus the on-site. A load of innovation, which requires quite a lot of coordination, I can imagine, with input from the different member federations.
Yep. Yeah, no, for sure. There's innovation also in the sense that we are now also involved with an Olympic kind of event, right? So every year we now participate in the Olympic Esports Week, which is a esports event. So we were there the last edition in Singapore with it. So we bring competence wherever we can find it as well. We have our indoor rowing commission or our coastal rowing commission very heavily involved also in helping us. So we're not just alone with our team in Lausanne. There's also a lot of expertise out there from the various commissions or volunteers that are helping us along the way.
Well, we're going to get ready for the next race, but we've thoroughly enjoyed having you here in the commentary box.
Been my pleasure.
So thank you for
much.
joining us and giving some insight into what it takes to run the World Rowing machine that puts on these awesome events for us all around the world. So thank you, and we're going to catch up with the next race, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Very well. Thank you very much, Pete. All the best for the rest of the weekend.
Cheers, Vincent. So just a couple of moments now until the third quarterfinal. France and Spain, and then we're going to have Italy and Germany in the fourth quarterfinal. So 4 boats, 2 places in to the semi-finals. You can see lining up here for France, Romain Maudet alongside Sergio Lopez Gomez for Spain. Very, very fast boat we can expect here from this Spanish combination. We know that Miguel Salas Cordoba was the gold medalist in the under-19 men's double in 2021, and also Carlos Gonzalez, silver medalist at the Europeans in the men's solo. He's stroking the boat here, so he'll be looking to set a fast pace for that Spanish combination. They also have Ainhoa Casanova Calpena and Maria Angeles Pucarrea in the boat, coxed by Sergio Lopez Gomez. And then for France, we've got Charlie Rubio, and then Chloé Briard, Caroline Lagarde, Vincent Noirot, and Romain Maudet. Slight technical problem in the French boat, so they've had to switch boats, hence there's a little bit of a delay to the start of this race. Got to make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity and don't want to start a race with a technical issue before they even get underway. Having a quick look at that rudder, that needs to be absolutely... Oh, there is no rudder. Oh, there it is, just down against the sand. So important that they lift that up, because when you put the weight of these boats down, they're 130 kilos without the athletes in them. So very, very heavy bits of equipment, despite being made of carbon fiber. And the athletes are allowed to decide where they want the ballast to be. And depending on the wave conditions, they can move the ballast around. So there's about 20 kilos worth of ballast made of iron and steel plates that they can shift up and down the boat, whether they want more ballast at the front, which we're seeing increasingly in this weekend's beach sprint racing, because they don't want the bow bouncing up as they go over those rolling waves. They want to keep it down, so they want to keep the weight at the front so that it pierces through and they get the advantage from that wave-piercing bow. Crowds absolutely flooding the stands now, creating an awesome atmosphere here in the finish funnel. And in just a moment, I'm sure they'll have that boat in tip-top order, ready to race. Means that there's great tension for these athletes because they've been doing their warm-up in the ergo tent, and despite it being around 25, 26 degrees, the last thing they want is to cool off enough and cool off too much and end up picking up an injury. So you can see the range of movement on that rudder. It goes sideways for the steering, then the blue cables allow you to pull it up and down for when you're coming onto the beach. They also have the dagger board, which is like a mini fin that goes in underneath the coxswain seat to keep them straight when they're heading on their way out there, but then they pull it up so that they can do a hairpin turn at the far end, and then put it back in to come on the return leg, and pull it out again as they make the beach landing. So a lot of things to negotiate so that the coxswains give that boat the best possibility to navigate the course as fast as possible. In this French boat, though, we've got fourth place finisher Chloé Briard in the 2-seat. She finished last year in fourth place in the mixed quad. where she was also racing coxed by Romain Maudet. The rest of the lineup, the three in the middle, have changed round since last year, so we'll see whether that makes a material effect on their progression here in this third quarter-final. We've then got Italy against Germany. Lots to look forward to in that race. Many of those athletes making their international debut at this World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Caroline Lagarde, the 3C of this mixed coxed quad, and our coxswains, who are usually lightweight rowers themselves, just getting ready for the starting sprint. A lot of eyes are going to be on the Spanish boat because of the fast approach that they have for getting off the beach. There's just something amazing in their program of training that drills in how they get that boat off the beach and up to speed quickly. Boats going in. Tricky thing is the dagger board won't be in yet, so it'll be one of the first things that the coxswain does when they get in is make sure that their boat's pointing in the right direction, get that dagger board in, and then make as few corrections with the rudder as possible, because every correction is essentially resistance against the direction of movement. Here we go, we're underway with the third quarter-final for the mixed coxed quadruple sculls. Romain Maudet, that little bit quicker across the sand. First few strokes being taken before either of the coxswains are in the boat. A lot of interest in what the other boat's doing. They look like they had a pretty level start, with the French out in front by half a length in this early stage coming up towards the turning point. They're getting bounced around a little bit by the waves. The Spaniards less so, although those waves now pushing them around a little bit. I think the French just handling the first 100 meters that little bit better. They're making their way over to the left-hand side now to go around the second pencil buoy. Spain catching up and starting to move through now. An impressive start for them, as you can see the French absolutely bouncing around all over the place. Both of these boats pretty much level coming past the second turning point. So this is an opportunity to get right, and then also a pitfall to avoid is how they handle this hairpin bend. If they get the timing of the strokes wrong, they can overshoot so easily by 10, 15 meters, and that is essentially race over, the margins being so tight. Here we go, turning in early. Don't see the dagger board coming out for the Spanish boat. And the French go really wide. That's allowed them to carry a lot more momentum through those. So we can see that they carried a lot of momentum in, and they're still level. So this is going to come down to the finishing sprint between Charlie Rubio in the bow seat of the French boat and Miguel Salas Cordoba in the bow seat of the Spanish boat. We'll see how they handle that exit, because there's nothing separating them coming into the last 150 meters of this 500-meter race. Although, just as I say, look, the Spaniards have been caught between two waves, and that has completely hammered their speed compared to the French. That's earned the French an entire length. If the French can stay ahead of that rolling set of two waves that has caught the Spaniards, they should be in for the win here. It all turned around quite quickly in the last race, though, between Great Britain and the USA. So I'm going to keep my guesses in reserve, but you can see the Spaniards just terribly trapped between those two waves. They can't do anything about it. Spain, France getting ready for the exit. Here comes Charlie Rubio up the beach, certain for the win now. A fantastic performance for Charlie Rubio, Chloe Briard, Caroline Lagarde, Vincent Noirot and Romain Maudet. That was looking to be a much closer race than I thought it was going to be. But the Spaniards just very unlucky with that wave formation coming through. Clearly a set of big waves coming in, and just terribly timed for them, ending up in the trough between two of them. Quick turnaround now for the boat handlers, as those two quads are pulled to the side to be changed and adjusted, oars changed, and you can see the other two being brought in now for Italy and Germany's race, the last of the four quarterfinals for the mixed quads. We'll find out who's facing France in the semifinals. Look how wide the French took that turning point. It almost looked like a disaster, but the fact that they kept the momentum up paid dividends, and it meant that they got ahead of that set of waves that was rolling through that ended up squagging down the Spanish push to the line in the last 150. Lining up here then, we've got Italy's Maria Elena Zerboni, Gustavo Ferrio, Lorenzo Gaioni, Samantha Premel, and Filippo Wiesenfeld for Italy. Wiesenfeld doing the running as the coxswain. And then this is Jens Köhler, the coxswain for Germany. Here he's joined by Annika Steinau, Harriet Wappler-Niemeyer, Sebastian Frey, and Manuel Merzel. Merzel will do the second run when they make their beach landing because he's in the bow. And for Italy, that'll be Maria Elena Zerboni in the bow seat of the Italian boat. Boats going in. They need to make sure they lift them nice and high so they don't do any damage to their rudders. See here that the Italian rudder is dragging on the floor, but the tricky thing being the water's so shallow. It's very easy you can see there, the boat moving backwards could trap that rudder. They're designed to break just below the anchor point, and that is so that it doesn't damage any of the boat or the anchor or the steering mechanism. But the plastic used to make those rudders is specifically designed to break just near the top. Well, there we go. Clean start in the end. Wiesenfeld and Köhler making their way down the beach. Germany in the boat first, a stroke ahead of Italy, but immediately getting washed down by these short, sharp waves. They've got about half a length lead. Let's see how the Italians get their boat up to speed and deal with that set of breakers. Beautiful conditions here. Italy out in front by just about a third of a length. These cigarette boys don't stand, or the pencil boys don't stand a chance when there's a coxswain, making sure they hit it with the rudder. That's the key thing. Got to take a brave line though to hit it with the rudder, because if you're just a foot to the wrong side, you could put your bow ball the wrong side of the turning point, and then that is essentially race over, because you've got to turn around and go back for the turning point, and that adds too much time. Now they're past the second one. Time for the handbrake turn. Let's see how the Italians tackle this. Beautiful overhead shots from our drone out there on the water. Coxswain starts to steer in with the rudder, holding it up on the inside. Tricky getting this right. It's such hard work. You've already done a 250-meter sprint to put all that effort in, and they've absolutely nailed it, the Italians. Hard work for Germany there. I think they just didn't quite get that right. The Italians put the effort in. They've earned themselves an enormous lead now. I can't see this changing. I think it's going to be Italy going through. The local fans here will be delighted by their performance if they can hold out for the win. I mean, they've got an ocean of clear water back to Germany now. We'll see Maria Elena Zerboni in the bow seat leaping out to do the finishing sprint. As long as they don't get caught up on the wrong side of that wave, you can just see their bow up on it. It's slowed them down, it's taken their bow speed right down, but I think it's just enough of a safety margin that Germany aren't going to be able to close in, despite them now being trapped between two waves. This is the tricky thing. Without the power, they're not able to get over the wave in front of them, because the boat is faster than the waves here. But they've earned themselves enough of a margin that Germany aren't going to be able to close in. Here comes Zerboni. She's up out of the boat, and she's going to take the win here in this fourth and last of the quarterfinals for the mixed coxed quads. Going with her, of course, was, I believe that was Lorenzo Gaioni of Italy. He's a sprinter himself, but he sits in the 3 seat. We see this happen once in a while because there's no limit on the number of athletes who can sprint up the beach, and sometimes if somebody else has the legs left after that effort, it's worthwhile them sprinting too, so that they can make sure that they get there first.
Semi-final. Great qualification for Italy. Lorenzo Gaioni, were you expecting this qualification into semi-final?
This was a tough race because there were very big waves, and so we need to be perfect in every aspect of the race, and we did it, and so we are in semi-final. But this is the first step. We want more.
It's great to hear that. The second question, we'll ask it in Italian. Il pubblico si sente o non si sente?
Vai Barletta! Dai!
A lot of passion from Luca Bragini, our local commentator there, making sure that the local fans know what's going on as Italy progress into the quarterfinals. 4 boats now in the mixed coxed quads will compete in 2 semi-finals immediately. And we're going to find out who will be going home with the medals. There's 3 medals up for grabs, of course, gold, silver and bronze. The first semi-final will be New Zealand and the USA. 1 place into the A final and certainty of a medal. Tough to choose who's going to make the best of that because the Kiwis were so fast. And I think the Americans got a little bit bogged down in the middle of their race, but Chris Back making amends for it, or making up for it, with his rapid sprint finish, pipping Jerry Owen to the finish buzzer. So we're going to catch up with, we've got another opportunity of an interview down at the start line.
Into the semi-finals of the coxed quads. I am here with the 2 coxes who are going to be sprinting. I saw fists up to each other here now, but you're both smiling. What's it like out there? You seem like friends.
Yeah, well, we've been super lucky recently to actually be able to train with all these guys over in Donneratico. So it's kind of like a bit of a skirmish before, and now we actually have to do it for the real thing. But if anyone beats us, I'd be happy if it was the US, but we're definitely going to give it our A game to see what we can do.
Who is the quickest runner out of both of you, though?
Oh, come on, no question.
You have been doing a super job, Coral. Tell me, how is it coxing out there? Because it actually looks pretty tricky.
Yeah, I definitely like the waves and the wind have changed from this morning. So yeah, just it's all feeling for me at the moment, just trying to see what I can do.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you go to the start line. Keep it clean now, stay friends, and best of luck in the semi-final.
Great to hear from them. We heard that earlier as well from Annalie Duncombe in the USA Under-19 women's double. The Kiwis and the Americans have been training together in Donneratico, which is just down the coast from Pisa on the west coast of Italy. They've been doing some racing against each other, and clearly that's paid off because their training is just showing here in swathes and their ability to progress through to the next rounds of this beach sprint championships. Lining up though for New Zealand, Michael Brake in the bows, Kristen Frood, Joseph Sullivan, Jackie Kiddle and coxed by Matty Dunham, who we just saw there, interviewed alongside Carol Caston, who's coxing the USA boat. And then we got Corey Rogers, Alexa McAuliffe, Jenny Sawley and Chris Back in the engine room. There we go. You can see they both had eyes on the flag. Matty Dunham, a sprinter, I'm sure, in another life, making his way down to the boat, and the Kiwis will be off first, no doubt. Let's see how this pans out, though, as they get up to speed. A couple of waves just upsetting the rhythm in the Kiwi boat. That's allowed the USA to move through. So great start for the USA combination. We know that Back's got the finishing sprint in him when it comes to it, but the question is, can they stay out in front? They got bogged down a little bit through the course of their previous race against Great Britain. Oh, some big banging waves there, not causing any upset. You can see Coral Caston in the stroke seat, feet on either side of the gunnels or the sax boards of the boat because it's so unstable out there. She's doing her best to make sure that she stays stable and can do the best of her steering and doesn't lose anything for her team. We're coming up to the turning point now, and the USA are going to get there first. Let's see if they overshoot or if they get this right. They've taken the turn early, expertly done by them there, and I think the USA are going to make the best of this turn. But now, joining me here in the commentary box, I have for the third time, the world champion in the under-19 women's solo, Hella Belhaji Mohammed. Hella, how are you?
How are you? I'm okay. I'm so happy to see you one more time. Always so happy to see you. I know you are motivating me on my race. I will always watch my races and hear you motivating me. So thank you so much. And so happy to be here with you.
Well, I'm delighted to have you here. Congratulations. And it's timely that you arrived just as they're going around the turning point, because I think you have the fastest turnout of everybody going around that turning point. What's your secret?
It's work secret, no secret. You have to work so hard. You have to be more dynamic and more quickly. I'm lightweight.
I love it. You're dancing next to me as you talk to me.
I'm a good dancer also. No, I don't say I'm a good dancer, but I dance so good. That's helped me for this.
That's so great. Now, when it comes to this dismount, here we've got coming into the beach the Americans, and Chris Back is very, very quick.
Yeah, he's
but
so
you're
fast.
very quick as well.
I know him, so he's so good. I know him. Yeah, he got the first place last year.
And when it comes to that sprint, though, you're no slouch when it comes to sprinting. You're so quick. Do you practice the sprint when you're at home?
No. But when I was children, I'm children now, but I was too young. I was sometimes participating with my school in sprint races, school sprint races. They was always choosing me because I was good sprinter. I didn't train in sprint, but I was good sprinter. This is a big thank for my parents because they make me a good sprinter. That's it.
That's amazing. And you've done it for the third time. How do you train for this when you're at home in Tunisia? What is it that you do that gets you?
In the winter, I always training for the classic rowing. But when I just finished my World Rowing Classic Championship, I just start the training for the beach sprint. No secret, it's endurance. The endurance is too important for the beach sprint because we do the quarterfinal, the semifinal, and the final just quickly. So the endurance is too important. Always, I think lightweight is so important also for the beach sprint to run so quick.
And this is something we were talking about earlier while you were racing. Now I want the truth, and now I can find out the real answer.
Always say the truth.
Yeah, now I can find the real answer, right? So when you were ahead in the early rounds, in your quarterfinal and in the semi-final, you were a long way ahead. Did you slow down to try and conserve energy, or do you still go max effort?
Always I have to push so hard. Just I move too slowly when I know that I'm doing a good time. Because the good time is gonna help you to choose the line. The line is too important also for the races. So I push so hard, but sometimes in the finish, just run not quickly, but looking for a good time, but not feeling so tired. Have to be ready because I have to be ready for the final.
And the other thing we notice about you is that when you get in the boat and you're setting off from the beach, your eyes are fixed on. Who is it that you're looking at?
My coach, of course.
Yeah.
It's because beach sprint is half work of the athlete and the other half is for the coach. It's too important to respect your coach handle because it's gonna show you the line. You don't have to turn to see the line. You just have to follow your coach and to be focused on yourself, on the wave. You don't have to be focused on the other athlete. It's too important to focus on your line.
That's amazing to understand. Now we're going to quickly pop down to the start line for a super quick interview.
You're about to go in the semi-final. What's it looking like? It's looking really tricky out there at the moment. Are you confident in your coxing?
Actually, I'm very superstitious, so I can't say, but we'll see. We worked for this. We'll see. Best of luck to both of us.
Oh, you're keeping your cards close to your chest. Are you excited to hear the home crowd shouting for you again?
Yeah, I'm very excited. Thank everyone here cheering for us, and we'll see.
Okay, let's get them shouting. The Italians, the French, they are about to go in the second semi-final of the coxed mixed squad.
So we're getting ready for the next semi-final, France and Italy. But for the time being, we're going to say thank you, Hella. It's been so nice having you here in the commentary box.
Thank you too. I'm so happy to see you one more time, and good luck for tomorrow for my mixed double race.
I'll be looking forward to it.
Thanks.
See you soon. Well, we've got France and Italy now. Everything to play for. Place in the A final and certainty of a medal. We can see the Italians here. They just raced in the last of the quarterfinals. So they will now be thinking about what they're going to do differently, what they learnt from that, where they raced against Germany. Filippo Wiesenfeld of Italy on the right. Romain Maudet, France on the left.
Attention.
There we have it. Fast start from Romain Maudet, just as we saw in the previous round, the quarterfinals. And the French get the first stroke in because he got there first. Just shows the importance of having fast people on the beach. The Italians getting washed down by a couple of strokes there. You can just see how it takes their rhythm out, and therefore they miss a stroke or two, and that's opened up this French lead of a length in just the last 50 meters. So an impressive start for France. They've gone up the correct side of that first pencil buoy, making their way over to the other side now. The Italians looking to try and close that gap. Filippo Wiesenfeld in the coxswain seat looking over. He wants to know where they sit alongside them. They've got slightly better boat speed in the French boat as the Italians continue to bounce around and be buffeted by these waves. So much comes down to this hairpin bend, getting these 10.5 meter long coxed quads to spin on the head of a dime. French now, it's their turn to get washed down as we come up towards the turning point. The Italians eager to take advantage of that. You can see Wiesenfeld tugging on the turning strings to turn the rudder. Doesn't look like he's got the dagger board out, so that might have slowed their ability to spin the back end round. Now it's time to get the boats back up to speed. The French still plugging away. We didn't see their turn, but I think they're just out in front at this stage. A lot of rudder work for the Italians to make sure that the waves don't push them off course. That, of course, slows them down slightly, but they're out in front. It's about a third of a length. I think they're just getting bogged down here. France starting to move through. The angle being slightly deceptive here, but the French have the slightly better boat speed. Oh, and they had the slightly better boat speed. You can see them completely bogged down between two waves there. There's nothing can make up for that. The Italians fortunate not to have that wave formation on their side of the course at this stage. Means they're going to have a cleaner entry to the beach. It's a fast entry to the beach for the Italians. Zerboni is going to be sprinting. Gaioni, I'm sure, will go as well, just to be sure. The sprinter that he is. Here we go, Zerboni's gone. Gaioni doesn't need to go. So Zerboni's going to hit that buzzer, and that's Italy going through to the A final and certainty of a medal. What a result for the Italians. France will go through to face New Zealand in the B final and duke it out for the bronze medal. Cracking result there for Italy. Local fans delighted by that performance. It looked touch and go through the early stages, and certainly coming out of the turning point, it looked like they were level. But I think the Italians slightly more fortunate with the formation of the waves on the return leg. So we're coming into the semi-finals up next, and we'll see how this goes. And we can see that the crowd's starting to get excited about what's coming. There's a little bit of a gap before this race comes, and we can see Luca making sure that all of the crowd is entertained and testing the structural integrity of the infrastructure. Here we go. This is what we like to see. A bit of crowd build up and hype. Everybody hugely excited for the two finals that are to come now for the mixed coxed quads. Such an awesome environment here in Barletta for this beach sprint. An amazing group of volunteers, school kids from around the Barletta region, making sure that every job that needs doing is done well, and they are certainly doing a great job. Jobs that range from cordoning off certain areas. You can see that they're lined up at the end of the funnel into the water to make sure that people don't just walk in from further down the beach. They're manning the back tents, they're manning the ergo tents, making sure that everything works smoothly. Security absolutely on point around the venue as well. Got a couple of big screens. That means that everybody around the venue can see what's going on from these beautiful shots we got here from World Rowing Productions. We can see absolutely everything of this race from start to finish, bringing all of the action from even 250 meters offshore with the camera boats on ribs and, of course, our beautiful drone. Just a couple of minutes until we have the B final. It's a good opportunity to allow the French to rest and recover. Marc Cavall doing the needful with the decks, keeping that crowd lively and engaged. There's nothing quite like returning to a cacophony of noise when you're out there racing. I think the most famous in the rowing world was the Dorney Roar from the London 2012 Olympic Games. So loud was the crowd that you could hear it 2,000 meters away at the start of that course. While here we've got a very cool vibe building. Sports presentation team there, Mark Isaacs, Marc Cavall, the DJ, James Scotty Scott sitting in the background, our local ocean yachts master. There's nothing he doesn't know about the current conditions of the water just about anywhere we take him in the world. And it's so important when it comes to coastal rowing because you can't always see what's going on beneath the surface of the water, but it has a massive effect on how the boats move around. In Oeiras in Portugal, there was a 4-knot cross current that was lifting off an underwater shelf that Scotty had managed to identify, and the effect it had on the racing was enormous. Here it's a slightly calmer set of conditions, very, very shallow beach that runs in to around waist deep at 40 meters offshore. So it's a very, very gradual decline, not much of a current to contest with. So here the real enemy is the wind and making sure that they're not pushed off course. There's quite a lot of windage on these boats, the windage being the surface area on the side of the boat that can be pushed around by that wind. And of course, the wind affects the waves and how those waves chop up to create those tricky conditions for these athletes to race in. Beautiful and long stretching coast here in Barletta, just down the coast from Barry International Airport's where you fly into, and absolutely lovely conditions. If you were to shoot out straight across this Adriatic Sea, you'd end up basically in Croatia. But we're in the warmest part of the afternoon. We're obviously past the heat of the midday sun, but the warmth in the air is absolutely stifling. But with the breeze, it's quite charming. We were hearing earlier how, from Joel, how important that is so that nobody overheats. A few red faces wandering around out there, we have noticed those. So clearly a lot of people enjoying the sunshine. Mixed coxed quads B final in just a few moments' time. France up against France up against New Zealand. Quite a lot of famous names in the Kiwi boat. Michael Brake, Jackie Kiddle, Matthew Dunham. Part of the national squad of New Zealand when it comes to the flat water rowing. And good to see them racing here for New Zealand again in the coastal discipline. But we've got Niamh down there at the start line again, so let's catch up with Niamh.
We are here, we're about to start the B final of the mixed quadruple sculls. We have New Zealand and we have France who are going to be competing for that bronze medal. Now, both of these countries raced in Wales last year at the World Rowing beach sprint finals. New Zealand finishing second. France just finishing outside the medals in 4th position. So I know both countries are aiming to take that gold
3
medal
minutes.
now this year. After that, we're going to have the A final, which is going to be super exciting. We have the home nation, we have Italy, and we have USA, who will be going for that top spot, number 1 and 2 in this category. But next up, contesting for that bronze medal, we do have New Zealand and France.
Just a couple of minutes to go now, so you can see the boats now being pulled forward from their staging area. Make sure they're absolutely ready to go. And oars changed round. It's one of the cool things about this being a pool boat sort of sport. Very few customizations being made to the boat themselves other than the oars coming in and out. And you can adjust the gearing on the oar, the gearing being how far up or down the oar you put that sleeve and cuff that locks into the gates on the riggers. So obviously if you have the cuff slightly closer to the blade, you've got more leverage on the hand side of the oar, the handle side, which makes the stroke slightly easier. Or you move it slightly towards the handle and that increases the gearing. You have a slightly harder stroke, but you can put more power through. So that's the trade-off that everybody needs to make, which is why they have their own sets of oars. The men's and the women's will be slightly different, and they use that to make sure that they get the most efficient combination from the crew with when combined with their rate of sculling and their stroke rate to make sure that they have the best possible boat speed. So we're going to catch up with all of the coxes, all 4 of them, from this coxed quads category. Well, we're going to have an interview with them in short order. Here's Neve.
Who are going to be racing very soon. New Zealand and France up next in the B final, going for the bronze medal. I have Italy and USA going
Put
for
the
that
boats
gold
in
medal.
the water.
Guys, I think we're nearly out of time. You need to get to the start line. You need to get ready for your race. Best of luck, everyone.
Well, just a moment until this race starts. Really looking forward to this B final. We're going to have the medal, the bronze medal to fight for. You can see that the crowd spanning out into the water, and loads to look forward to in this category for mixed coxed quads. Here we go then, the B final, the bronze medal final for the mixed coxed quads. Romain Maudet and Matty Dunham for New Zealand. It's Dunham who gets there first, but the French are underway in quick order. That was quite a quick start. Joining me though in the commentary box, I'm delighted to welcome Aubrey Oldham, who's been racing for Canada in the mixed double. Aubrey, good to see you.
Hi Pete, thanks for having me here. I didn't expect to catch the end of the quad event, but I'm really excited to partake in the commentary here.
It's great to have you, mate. And so much exciting stuff to look forward to, because you've been racing in the mixed double, and we've got the mixed doubles coming up shortly. But out in front at the moment, France looking good for the lead. They're half a length up, and we'll see how this progresses, whether New Zealand can get back in the action. I think the Kiwis slightly down, but they're having good boat speed out there. I mean, Aubrey, this is a quads event. How do you think the quads fare differently, better or worse, compared to the smaller boats out there in these waves?
I'll have to admit my experience in the quad is not quite there. I've been in one once or twice, but I haven't had the privilege of racing. You can see how hard the turn is to make in these boats. The boat speed alone makes it really challenging. The best crews in the world, obviously, the Spanish, make that turn like it's nothing. The Kiwis have the horsepower here. Their practices the other day, just seeing them coming into the beach, the speed they can achieve on that return journey is really something else. So they'll be one to watch if they can get it up here on the return leg.
Yeah, this is quite impressive, this, isn't it? I mean, New Zealand now out in front. I mean, that's such a tough turn to make, But the tricky thing that we've seen with the previous quads races is they get so quickly bogged down and their speed just edges off entirely if they get caught between two waves. It looks like that's what might be happening to France there. We'll see whether that's the case. I think France just moving into the lead, but both of these boats caught between two waves. And it's tough when you've got your bow caught on a wave in front of you.
It is tough. You're rowing uphill all of a sudden right after being downhill, but it looks like they're on the exact same wave coming into the beach. So this could be really exciting, and the dismount from the boat really makes the difference here.
It's so important to get this right. Who's going to go first? Just looking at the bow of that Kiwi boat, Michael Brake's going to be the runner there. The Frenchman in the bows there, Charles-Louis Rubio, is out too. Maddie Dunham's going as well. They're both going for it. Dunham is such a fast sprinter. He's making absolutely sure that he got it. What a sprint that was. Can you believe that?
Wow, the energy it takes to do that after the race.
I love that, because there's no limit on how many people run. And when you've got a sprinter like Dunham, even though he was in the coxswain seat, you saw him just make his way up that beach like a rocket. And of course, he hasn't had to put the effort in through the course of that race. He's been there steering, but his legs will be a lot fresher than the bowman.
They will be, and we saw this actually from him last year. He was the first coxswain to do that, to jump out of the boat and sprint to the finish line.
Exactly right. Well, now Aubrey, it's good to see you. I mean, so we've had you here racing in the mixed double. How did that go with you and Sarah?
The mixed double, it was a little rockier start this year in the time trial yesterday now. I have to remember what day it is. We didn't quite get the result we wanted. Last year we managed to do quite a good time trial and posted in the top 8 and bypassed the second round. This year we decided to go the longer route, and we went into the second time trial and did progress through that, but went head-to-head with the world champs Spanish this morning, and they just bested us on the water, and that's how it is.
That's how it goes sometimes, isn't it? But yeah, tell us though, your season, how's been training? You have a lot less hair than the last time I saw you.
Yes, I had a haircut last winter. I was hoping it would add some speed, so jury's still out. We have the single left.
Okay, cool. Well, we've got another interview down at the start line, so let's jump to our commentators on the course.
I am here with the coxes of the A final boats. We have USA, we have Italy. We're about to get going. Tell me, are ye still friends at this stage?
Oh, not right now.
At least you're still smiling. So you didn't give much away earlier. Is it still the same?
I can say.
He is being very secretive with his information. He does not want to give anything away. Are you taking a different approach this time? Is it the same tactics? What? It's the A final. There's a gold medal on the table.
No comment.
Everyone is being very secretive here, but everyone is in great spirits here ahead of the A final. Gold medal, silver medal. Who's gonna get it? USA or Italy?
Ragazzi, ragazzi.
So great to see the crowd building up here, but what's it like, Aubrey? You've raced out there on this course. This is a pretty cool finish funnel as far as the crowd set up, having them right there in grandstands goes.
The infrastructure and grandstands this year have been really impressive. It feels like Beach Sprint, they finally figured it out. Having been to the last 4 editions, you can see the progress, the evolution of it. First year, really not too much, just the arch and then the tents. The next year in Portugal, they did an exceptional job, 2 years later, after COVID. And then in Saundersfoot, they had the challenge of that massive, massive tide to deal with. So the infrastructure couldn't actually be like that at the beach itself. So this year, they've had this up for over a week. We arrived last Saturday evening, and everything was basically in place, ready to go.
And it's so cool. I mean, what's the atmosphere like for you as an athlete when it comes to racing down or racing back up with the grandstand there and all of the music going? Does make it feel quite motivating and energizing?
It's extremely energizing. It's quite different than training. It's quite different than any other experience for racing. Traditional coastal, you don't get this unless we have the finish line at the beach. But you're way out in the middle of nowhere. Here you've got it. You can hear the music. You can hear the crowd at the turn sometimes if it's not so windy. It's pretty impressive to be a part of it.
So cool. Right, lining up then, we've got the USA on the right, Italy on the left. It'll be the same sprinters, the same finishers. USA, we've got Chris Back, Jenny Sawley, Alexa McAuliffe, Corey Rogers and Coral Caston. And then for Italy, Maria Elena Zerboni, Gustavo Ferrio, Lorenzo Gaioni, Samantha Premel, and Filippo Wiesenfeld. The two coxswains do the first leg of the sprint, and the bowmen or women do the second leg. There we go, sprint on. Wiesenfeld going down for Italy, but keeping up with him, we've got the coxswain for USA, Coral Caston. Let's see how they get off the first couple of strokes. Messy start for the USA.
So I don't know if we got a good video on that, but you can see they're actually moving the boats before the coxies get to it. So they've got to make a leap of faith getting in there before the boat gets away without them.
It's so important that, isn't it? If they miss and fall out of the boat, they're going to get left behind, and there's almost no stopping them. That's a race over.
Exactly.
Mistake.
Well, the Italians just smashed into the buoy, but they went right through it. So we're going to see what happens into this first leg.
Look at this. They're absolutely level, these two boats, although the Italians bouncing over quite a lot. That's going to take the edge off their speed slightly. You can see on the speed counter there, the USA now pulling out in front. Although it's the USA's turn to get bounced around a little bit.
Yeah, they seem to be going quite up and down. In the quad event, you really get a spectacle of this as the viewer. You don't really see it as much in the solo, but these boats go quite high. The bow person, it's a different boat you're in than the stern.
Yeah, it's so tough. I mean, it just shows it's two sea conditions they're fighting with. On the way out, it's one set of conditions, but on the way in, it's a very different set of conditions then, isn't it? Because they're just fighting against the wave and they're not. So this slightly slower turn for the Italians could cost them here. I just don't see them making that spin as quickly as some of the other boats have been. And you can see the Americans already one or two strokes into the return leg before the Italians have completed the turn.
Yeah, the Americans seem to have done that handbrake turn quite well. And they got their course really straight here. Earlier in the day, we were seeing boats really shift from the left lane to the right with the crosswind. It seems to have straightened out a bit for this event.
What a great start, though, what a great race so far for the USA. I mean, Chris Back, he's the world champion from last year in the solo. And then, of course, we've got Jenny Sawley and Corey Rogers, returning bronze medalists from last year. Looks like they're going to turn the color of their medal gold compared to last year, as long as they don't upset this exit.
It looks like they will get it, and just knowing Chris from racing him as well, it looks like they've got it in hand. He just has to make a clean landing. He's just thinking about not screwing up. They're going to be going for time as well. He's sprinting right to the finish line.
What a result, and he's so fast as well. In great style, Chris Back takes the win, the gold medal for the USA. Silver still goes to Italy as we see Maria Elena Zerboni complete that race. So both of these crews going home with metalware, the USA taking the gold. Cracking finish that. Did you notice that the USA boat did ride a wave in on the last bit? We've seen them so often bogged down, but in that finish, it seemed to actually work in their favor.
It did, and it's really more of a luck when you catch that wave, but the skill comes in the ability to harness it and actually ride it in once you're able to catch it. So they lucked out with that, but they had the lead well in hand by that time, so it was icing on the cake for them riding in like that. Chris had a really good dismount and just strode up the beach in his own style.
So cool. Well, that's the mixed cox quads event done. We've got one more boat category to look forward to today, and that's your boat category, Aubrey. That's the mixed double. Sadly, obviously, you're not racing in it, like we've already heard. But tell us, what do you think we can expect from the 8 boats that we're looking to here?
I think we can expect some really good racing. This is the deepest year for all of the fields, and this is no exception in this event. We've got some really talented athletes. I think we have to keep an eye on, well, all 8 could go anywhere. As you know, with beach sprints, anything can happen. But I think specifically we're looking at the US, who threw down an impressive time in the heat. Christine and Corey have been doing really well all year. They qualified for World Beach Games, winning the Americas qualifier, as well as, oh, go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. And just a point on that, Corey Rogers, he's just got the World Championship title in the stroke seat of the mixed quad, and he's going to be racing in the very next race, the first of the quarterfinals for the USA. I can't believe it.
Exactly. So we've got 2-time gold medalist Chris Bach now in that boat, and then Corey has the potential to double up himself here. So he's going to use that to fuel him, and it's not going to hold him back at all.
Right, we're going to jump down to our commentators on the course. We've got another interview for you.
I am here with the champions, USA! Chris Chris, what a run!
Yeah, thank you. I like the beach.
I can tell. And Coral, I was chatting to you beforehand. What expert coxing. That was incredible.
Thank you, that was so much fun. The waves are getting a little gnarly now, so it was really cool to just feel it.
Now, I've noticed there is only 4 of you. Where is the 5th?
Yeah, Corey's in the mixed doubles, so he's going in about 10 minutes. So he's resting, getting his energy back. So
What does it mean to have won the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, to be champions?
I mean, it's undescribable. We were here we got bronze last year, so it means a lot to get the gold this year.
Chris, are you going to go for your 2nd gold tomorrow?
No doubt.
That is confidence for you. Go enjoy the celebrations. You go recover. Let's get back to the racing.
We were just chatting about that, weren't we, Aubrey, the fact that Corey Rogers is in the very next race. And we've also got another couple of people doubling up. We just saw Matty Dunham and Jackie Kiddle take the bronze medal for New Zealand in the mixed coxed quad. They're racing again in the last of the quarterfinals for the mixed double. So they've got a bit more of a rest, and at least Matty Dunham, he was doing the sprinting, but then he was in the coxswain seat, so he didn't burn himself out on the water. Jackie Kiddle, though, did, so she'll need a bit of a rest, just like Corey. So the first race of the quarterfinals for the mixed double sculls is up next. Corey Rogers, Christine Cavaglio for the USA in lane 1. Andrea Serafino and Annalisa Cozzarini for Italy in lane 2. We've seen Cozzarini at pretty much all of the coastal events since, all of the beach sprints since the first edition in 2019 in Shenzhen, China. Coached by Franco Cataneo, we'll see what they can do. But a couple of minutes before the start of that race. So back to talking about these mixed doubles, Aubrey. So it's tricky looking at Spain, isn't it? Ander Martin now no longer joined by Esther Briz Zamorano, but that's going to be a tricky race, this, where they're lined up alongside France, Dubuis and Alfray.
That is going to be a tricky race for them. They're still an amazing duo together. They took us down this morning, so if they win overall, it looks pretty good that way, but I think it actually could go either way. The French, especially with Edwige Elfred in there, she's won 3 medals in 3 editions here, so definitely looking for her 4th to become one of the more decorated of the senior beach sprinters. And Ludovic Dubois, they've been together for the last 2 editions, so they're looking to add to the hardware as well.
Yeah, quite a strong combination. I love this zoomed out shot we're looking at here, though. You can see the waves coming in. Would you say they're perfectly perpendicular to the shore on their way in? Or when you're out there racing, do you get a bit of a buffet to one side or the other? What does it feel like?
This seems to be the trend of what's been happening in the last few days. The first days we arrived earlier in the week, the waves were a reminder of Saundersfoot last year on the final day. So they were quite large, but they toned down. But the wave seems to be coming in from the left lane a little bit in the morning and then shifting to more of a straight on through the afternoon. And that seems to be what we're getting now, maybe a slight bit from the left.
Yeah, it's interesting that, isn't it? Now, conditions here, as you say, as the day's gone on, it's getting a little bit windier and a little bit wavier. But what's it like where you train back at home? So how do you compare where you get to train versus what you've ended up with here this weekend?
We've got a few different training venues we can train at. As being a larger country, we're sort of limited to our access to the coasts because we're in the Toronto area, so we get to train right on one of the Great Lakes, Lake Ontario. And luckily for us, it's basically like an inland sea. We just don't have the tides or the currents to contend with. So we do get large waves and we can row on big swells. It's sort of a hit and miss, but it's a mix of coastal and flat water training for both of us.
That's quite helpful for you here then, right? Because there's not many currents here this week. You do get the waves back home, and it's the wind that is the main contender here in Barletta, which you get quite a bit of a training, as you say, back home.
Yeah, it is similar, more similar than the past years have been to where we can train. So yes, yeah.
That's cool. And talking about the solo, what's going on with the solo?
In the solo event, the first 2 time trials have already happened. So that's eliminated the bottom half of both fields. So we were left with the top 16, and then the round of 16 is going to go off tomorrow morning, followed by the finals, quarters, semifinals later in the day. So they should be very exciting. I'm hopefully going to advance through, but I've also got to go through the world champion Chris Bach myself tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. I'm ready to go. I know he's a fierce competitor. We'll see how it goes with the waves.
Well, we'll be inwardly rooting for you, Aubrey, I'm sure. But yeah, so that's in the morning session, last 16 after the under-19 mixed doubles. We'll look forward to you racing there. And then in fact, before we come on to this, we're going to catch up for another quick interview down on the beach.
So we are getting ready for the quarterfinals of the coastal mixed double sculls. First up, it will be USA versus Italy. I am here with Team USA, Christine Cavallo. So your partner, Corey, was just in that quad. That one, you must be delighted for USA champions.
I know, USA, they've worked so hard for this quad. They got bronze last year. A lot of the athletes are returning, and so to see them come in and level up as the entire field is getting more competitive is just huge.
It is huge. Now, Corey, have you been chatting to him? How is he feeling?
Corey's on fire. Corey's 21 years old. He is bulletproof.
Well, best of luck. Let's see if USA can do it again.
Bulletproof. I bet he doesn't feel bulletproof right now. Maybe he does. But there he is, ready to go down at the boat. Feeling great guns. Now, Aubrey, we were talking about the coastals next weekend. You've entered the mixed double with Sarah again.
Yes, we have. We've been doing the mixed double since Portugal. So Portugal and in Saundersfoot, we were privileged enough to race in that event against some really talented athletes. The Spanish Ander and Esther took both of those events. So we'll be up against Ander again this year, and then the duo Christine and Corey as well from the US will be racing that next week.
Looking forward to that. Here we go then, the first of the quarterfinals for the mixed doubles. Christine Carvalho for the USA, Annalisa Cossarini for Italy. Carvalho off like a rocket. Let's see how she gets this boat off with Corey Rogers. He's already in the boat. Can't take a stroke until she's ready as well, otherwise that'll just upset things. What's your tactic for getting a double going, Aubrey?
My tactic is just get in the boat as fast as I can and let Sarah do her thing. And then as soon as she's in, we get going. Those first few waves are very tricky, especially right now. You can see how much both boats have struggled. The Americans are about half a length up, but it's evening out as they approach the first buoy.
Yeah, look at that, bouncing all over the place, just making it to the correct side of that first pencil buoy. But when you hit it with your blades, that just upsets the speed. And it seems to just take all of the momentum out of the boat as well.
It really does. It depends where you hit it. You can line it up and hit it against the rigger, and in a double, and especially a quad, that's very effective. But in these conditions, the bow is going either side. You could miss it. So most of these crews you'll see are opting to go around, safe distance around the buoy.
Wise decision. So they're past the second one now, making their way back over to the right-hand side. Italians making the better of this race thus far. Let's see how they handle the turn. What do you guys do, you and Sarah? How do you tackle this hairpin in the double?
Well, approaching the turn, you have to make sure you know exactly what you're going to do, and it might change at an instant, so you have to practice it over and over again. You can see that the Italians are ready for this. They've got the edge on that turn. These Americans are very experienced, very talented too. So we're just going to see how they each handle the waves on the way back in.
Yeah, that was a quick turn for Italy. They've gone quite wide. They look as though they pushed over to that side quite a bit, but they've got a bit of a lead here. It's just over a length. These boats being about 8 meters long. They've got work to do to hold out ahead of the USA, but they've got the better boat speed there as well.
They do, and they seem to have the advantage out of the turn, and they've got the boat speed, and they've got the mental advantage now too. Being up in a dual race is a huge advantage. These Americans came in with the fastest time out of the time trial. I'm sure they didn't expect this sort of challenge coming in from Italy in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think basically we would have expected them to get through to probably the finals. Frankly, which final would have been in question, but this is a great race from Annalisa Cozzarini, Andrea Serafino. Serafino in the bows will be thinking about getting out now. How do you handle this when you've got the oars all over your lap? How do you make sure that you're not getting tangled up?
With the right boat handlers and sort of reading the beach, by this time they know when the boat will ground. He's just looking not to trip, get to that line, and they must be ecstatic with that, taking down the Americans.
What a result for them. You could hear the noise from the grandstand, everybody backing Italy, all of the locals coming down to support their national squad here.
They had to come the hard way through. They didn't make it in the top 8 in the first time trial. They went and they won that, or they went and they had to race in that second time trial.
You're exactly right, which means, and that's why when we look at this here, in the first quarterfinal, this is essentially the fastest against the slowest of the 8. So this is a real turnaround. Italy winning that ahead of
Oh, sorry,
fastest.
Pete, I was mistaken there. Sorry, they made it through the round of 16. But through the round of 16, they were in the other heat to go up against the winners of the heat 1 in the round of 16.
Yeah, impressive stuff though, where we'd have expected them to come off second place to the Americans, but the locals will be delighted with that performance.
So big upset for Italy.
So now, Aubrey, when it comes to the difference between this weekend and next, you're essentially doing the sprint, 500 meters. Next weekend, you're doing the coastal championships, which is 4K or 6K. How do you vary your training to make sure you're getting the right amount of technical discipline and learning to handle coastal conditions with the need for intervals and speed and endurance and distance?
I think the balance is, for Sarah and I, we're both working full time. I've got a young son at home, just turned 18 months the other day.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Peter. And my partner's back home taking care of him right now. The training is very tricky to get in what we need for both events, and I can see moving forward the athletes will diverge a little bit more with specializing. Right now you get the all-stars, the Miramon Carogos who can do everything. You get the Ander Martins, right? But I think moving forward you might see more specializing.
Yeah, it's going to need to happen, isn't it? Particularly as we see so many national federations really focusing in on each discipline. Next up then, here we've got Great Britain and Tunisia. Khadija Krimi sprinting down to Hani Spetia for Tunisia. But that's Sam Scrimger on the left, rapid for him, getting down to meet Laura McKenzie in the GB boat. One place through to race against Italy in the semi-finals.
So we've got Olympic pedigree in the Tunisian boat. Looks like the British double is just ahead.
I'll tell you what was interesting, looking at the previous round, the Tunisians were down by a couple of lengths on the return leg, and they had a really good wave that they caught, and they just managed to sit on the crest of that wave all the way in, and then an excellent landing, and Hani Spetia came sprinting out of the blocks and to win the day for Tunisia and get through to this round here. But I think the likely favourites would have been Great Britain in this race, but it's so close.
I think so. The British have had a good time together, this duo, and they did very well at home to qualify for this event, but the Tunisians have the pedigree. The Tunisians, as we can see in the other events, are very deep in their skill and their ability in coastal rowing.
Really impressive. We're coming up to the turning point now. Let's see how they tackle this. What's your approach? Do you turn the blade over and jab it in?
We do. We do it more subtly, though. It's a gradual turn, not a jam, but it looks like a jam when you're watching it.
I bet.
And then we have a little more control that way, and it is tricky to master. We did mix it up a few times. But you can see the Tunisian boat still seems to be ahead. The British look like they've got the speed on them right now.
Case of tricky navigation. So when you've made that turn, how are you making sure you're pointing in the right direction? Because there's a lot of people, there's a lot going on the beach there. How are you spotting? What do you and Sarah do to spot and make sure you're on the right course?
We usually try and get out in the conditions for the course, so we were lucky enough to try it in some similar conditions the other day, and then we just practice how many picks it takes when you've got that handbrake on versus if it's more of a gradual turn, as in the time trial when you're doing the processional.
Look at this. We're going to have a sprint on the beach, I think, here. Great Britain look to be just in front of a wave. I think Tunisia might be trapped between two.
Tunisian's ready. He's getting out. He tripped in the water.
It's a bit deep. But this is an impressive tactic because we so often see this. You're faster on your feet than on the water. They're both sprinting for it. I think the Tunisian's just going to get there. It's going to be a dive. Ooh. Oh, my goodness. Great Britain pressed the buzzer. I think Tunisia just missed it. I think that Laura McKenzie just made that because the time stopped on the GB clock and it didn't stop on the Tunisia clock. Laura McKenzie just apologising in good sportsmanship to Hani Spetia of Tunisia, but that's the best finish we've seen so far. Oh, she hit the buzzer, and I think
wonder if he
Spetia
missed it
just
there.
missed. Love to see a slow-mo replay of that one.
It's tricky when you're coming in and landing on the buzzer, especially when he dove like that. It's easy to not actually touch it, to actually not depress it enough. So he's hoping that someone will be able to see if he actually did hit it or not, but it does look like she got it.
Goodness me, that was nail-biting stuff, wasn't it? He got out in such deep water. But, I mean, we see that quite a lot. The athlete that gets out first typically wins the race. There's a lot of crews who try to hold on for an extra meter or two, but you're so much faster on your feet than the boat. So, it's you know, why don't crews do that? Why?
It's a tricky balance because when you do hit the water, we're just looking at the replay
Look at
video
this,
here.
frame by frame.
His hand might have slipped right over the top and not depressed enough.
Yeah. How amazing is that?
There are contingencies for photo finishes within the rules if it is a dead tiebreaker here. And I believe in this case, if it is a tie, then they'll have to do a re-row.
Well, I guess it looks as though they're going to trust in the technology. They got a buzzer stopping trigger from one of them, but otherwise, presumably, because of the nature of this being so back-to-back, they'd have to re-row it after this France-Spain race. But I won't hypothesize too much. We'll see what comes. We'll see what comes of it, because next we've got Ludovic Dubuis and Edwige Alfred for France, Anna Martin and Nadia Felipe Garcia for Spain.
As you can see at the start, the starter flag actually stands off to the side. They have to have a clear view of the boat and the start line to look for infractions, so they can't stand in the middle with their back to the water. So because it's off to the side, you could see that that Edwig was looking at the starter flag, and the Spanish rower was looking ahead at the boat. So Edwig.
Oh, it's a disaster for Edwige Alfred. She came off her seat.
So this happens in racing. You have to be able to adapt and come back together and do it. So they're going to be going all out just to catch back up here.
Oh, what a shame for them. That's going to be several lengths lost, and that's essentially... Oh, they're in front. We didn't see what happened to the Spanish boat. What on earth happened there? How are they in the lead? This is an amazing turn of pace from the French, considering that terrible start.
So perhaps the Spanish had a similar incident, or the French just managed to get back together, as they probably practiced many times. The trick is to practice through those problems and not stop every time they happen, because they will happen in those races.
So all is not lost in Edwige Alfred's bid to make another podium here on her return with Ludovic Dubuis. They're coming up to the main turning point. Let's see how they tackle this.
And there's that turn. They're so good at that turn. You see them in sync together, rowing that half slide on the starboard as their port's holding, and they're away again.
Yeah, that was great. They're slightly on the wrong side of that rolling wave coming through, so they might be rowing uphill for a bit, and I think that looks like it's just allowed the Spaniards to get up alongside them.
Yeah, it looks like the Spanish are just catching that same wave, so they could use that to their advantage and kind of slingshot past the French. But now it looks again like they're both rowing up a bit.
Yeah, look at this. Spain now bogged down between two waves. Not so for France, though, who are between two waves, but slightly further split apart. And they might just get a little bit of a nudge as their stern lifts up on that wave coming into the shore to give them a bit of a push in towards the beach.
The trick with the waves, sometimes they're not at the right speed to actually help the boat that much. So you can catch them and they'll push you, but you might be going slower than you would if you're fighting to get to that next wave.
And look at this, it's like they've stopped still. You can see the retreating water from the beach, just almost slowing them down entirely. And then coming out of the boat, Ludovic Dubuis for France. This is going to be a win for France, sort of as you'd have expected here.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this before the race, and we said it could have gone either way in this event. The depth and experience in that French boat really showed here. Ludovic's no stranger to being first to that buzzer.
Disappointment, I'm sure, for Ander Martin. Well, that was an exciting race. We had no idea what happened to the Spaniards there, but it clearly wasn't worse than, clearly wasn't any better than what happened to Edwige Alfray with her coming off her seat.
Yeah, it happens when you hit the wave sometimes just off the start, or if the boats get a little bumpy as you're getting in, the seat can just, even if you're holding on to it, just get away from you and you have to get it back. But they definitely just pushed through, and if that happened to the Spanish or something else, they just took advantage of that lead they had and went for it.
So, great result for France to progress. We'll find out who's joining them in the second semi-final. We've got Matty Dunham and Jackie Kittle for New Zealand, racing alongside Siri Eva Christensen and Fredrik Reiter of Norway. Bit of a highlights reel of France versus Spain. I love it. The boat handlers give absolutely everything into those pushes. I've seen you do a fair bit of boat handling. Here's what happened to Spain. They went off course ever so slightly. That's all. Goodness.
Yeah, it looks like they had a little issue with the oar there and they just got it back, but it just shows again how important it is for the athletes to keep their composure and get things back together as they're going. So the French must have been first to the boat by quite a bit in order to have that time to fix the seat.
Now, you've done quite a bit of boat handling. What do you like when you're the athlete from the boat handlers to do to help you get ready, and what do you try to do to best help the athlete you're supporting?
I think the best thing, the boat handlers, this race is about to start here. We can discuss it after.
Yeah, why not? Let's see how Jackie Kittle and Siri Eva Christensen get us underway in this fourth quarter. Like coiled springs, they get themselves down that beach. She's fast there, the Norwegian Christensen. Now here they're getting into the boat. So now tell me, what would you be looking for here?
So the two boat handlers have specific tasks. Everyone might do it a little bit differently, but the important thing is that they have trained with the athletes, so they trust them. There has to be that trust there that the seat will be in the right spot, that the oar is going to be tilted at the right position. A lot of the athletes walk in and the oar is handed to them by their boat handler, and if that's not done properly, then they lose a stroke. So it's really a matter of trust and training that they do with their boat handler.
That was really interesting to see what the Kiwis did there. One of the handlers, once Jackie was in the boat, one of the handlers stood back and immediately started giving directions with their arms up in the air, whilst the other handler came to the stern, got down with both hands to give it a massive shunt.
And that's the technique that we use as well, and we found that extra push, there's a rule about having your shoulders remain above the water as a boat handler, but other than that, they can walk out with the boat as needed into the big waves.
Amazing. Well, look at this. It's still neck and neck. Not much separating the Kiwis out in front as they start to tackle these rolling waves that have only built through the course of the day, bouncing all over the place. Now the fun turning point. Matthew Dunham just having a quick peek over his shoulders to see how far off they are.
You can see how tight they took that turn. Their riggers were on the buoy.
And is that what you aim for?
It depends on the conditions, and this time they seem to have really handled that. If the waves are a lot bigger, pushing you into that buoy, you can get stuck as well, which you want to avoid at all costs. So the closeness really depends on the conditions.
So there's a load of trade-offs you've got to manage in this, basically. Proximity for speed, but trade-off being too close and you get bogged down and it's race ending at times.
Exactly, you have to make that gamble. And sometimes it's a last-minute decision depending on where you are.
Well, the Kiwis out in front, and then this is almost a gamble as well to see where they're going to sit between some of the waves on this return leg and whether any of them are going to fester beneath them and and strip them of their speed.
Both the Kiwis and the Norwegians, they both have not so strong tradition in coastal rowing, so they're both fairly new to this sport, just like the Canadians. But it looks like the strength and power of those Kiwis is really showing here as they come over that last wave, and he's ready, jumped right off the deck.
I would not want to be sprinting against Matthew Dunham. He's so fast. And that's a convincing win for New Zealand, progressing on to the semi-finals to face France. What an amazing race that was. I enjoy the mixed doubles category. There's something about both athletes having to do one of the running legs that just makes the whole doubles, and you get to decide, right, whether you're in the stroke seat or bow seat, and therefore you don't know whether you're going to be sprinting alongside the male or the female athlete from the other boat. But you guys are both quite quick.
Well, that's actually part of the fun of the event, as you say. The part of the reason we decided with having me in bow and Sarah in stroke was that she is actually better off the line. So that was one of the reasons as well. So then I take the end sprint and she gets to go quick off the line.
Amazing. That is really interesting. So when you say she's quick off the line, she's just she's a faster reaction to the buzzer, is it? That's what you found when you compare your sprinting speeds?
Yes, usually when we do sprinting practice, she can get me right at the buzzer. So if we're going to each have to take a leg, that little fraction of a second and her smooth entries really could make a difference.
And how does that work for you guys then with the different roles between bow and stroke in terms of rhythm setting, and usually the bow does a lot more of the navigation? Does that work in your favor too?
I think either of us could do an excellent job bowing. For example, when we go to the distance, Sarah actually bows the boat and I take the stroke. So we both trust each other in those positions. We've rowed many times together in each position. So it's just a matter of training, as I say for a lot of this. It's just a matter of being in the boat, getting opportunity on the waves, getting lots of experience, getting in different conditions and different times, and messing up. There's more times than you can count, so you know how to get back from it.
It's what you learn from the mess ups, isn't it? Now, here's the official result. Look at that margin. This was the photo finish, or near photo finish. 0.1 of a second. Laura McKenzie just getting to that buzzer a fraction of a second ahead of Spetia.
Yeah, she's going to be happy they don't have to do a re-row for that one.
I bet. Well, we're going to go down back to the start line for another interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the first semi-finalists is here with us on the beach, and we are talking about Italy. Annalisa Cozzarini, who qualified for Italy, the mixed double. What are you expecting from this semi-final?
I want to do my best. I'm really happy to be here because we were 26 double mix, so being the best crew is really a beautiful thing. I hope to go to the final. I will do my best for sure.
Gareggiare in Italia, un campionato del mondo nella tua nazione, quanto è bello per te?
È bellissimo perché senti il pubblico vicino e ti senti a casa.
Buona fortuna, good luck to you. Let's get it ready. The next start is about, I think it's less than a minute now.
Yeah.
Over a minute now.
Thanks, Luca. Good to hear from you. Now, before we get ready for the next race, Aubrey, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in the commentary box with me. Thank you for coming and sharing your insight into the world of mixed doubles racing.
Thank you, Pete. I really appreciate being able to come here, having been able to have the privilege to be in the final 8 the last 3 editions. At least I get to be a part of the commentary.
Awesome. Well, take care, Aubrey. Catch up with you soon.
Thank you, Peter.
Well, this next race, just moments from getting started. Italy and Great Britain, the first AB semi-final. See the winner of this race go on to the A final and certainty of a medal. The loser of this race will race again in the B final to contest for that bronze medal. Sam Scrimgeour for Great Britain alongside Annalisa Cozzarini of Italy.
Attention.
Here we go, we're underway. Sam Scrimgeour, he's fast off the block, so no doubt Great Britain will get to the fastest start. They were 4th at the Europeans earlier this summer, so they'll be looking to try and make a fast start here to get out ahead of the Italians. We know that Laura McKenzie is no slouch when it comes to the finishing sprint, because we just had her in that photo finish alongside Hania Spetia of Tunisia. It's a good start for Great Britain. They've got a length up. They go to the correct side of that first buoy. An aggressive line they're taking here, holding a length and a half up ahead of Italy. They're maintaining that better boat speed despite being bounced around by the waves now, going out on the outbound leg. Italy with good speed on this segment of the course. We saw this in the previous round where they beat the USA. Oh, it's a disaster in the Italian boat. Andrea Serafino off his seat. That's lost them a length in the run towards the turning point. Perhaps more. It's now 2.5, 3 lengths to Great Britain coming up towards the 3rd turning point. See how they handle this. It's been clean roundings for all of the athletes through the course of today so far. By that I mean no real boat stopping issues or race ending clashes with it. Tough to get the boat round for Great Britain. Italy so drilled and tested in this approach. They could close down that margin significantly here if they get this right. Great Britain around and already making their way towards the beach. Italy have closed back up though, only a length and a half or so separating them, so that really paid off their fast turn. They've clearly practiced that a great deal, although they're now caught on the wrong side of that big wave and it's just absolutely stripped them of their speed. So that allows Great Britain to pull away a little bit more again. As I say, Great Britain 4th place finishes at the Europeans. Annalisa Cozzarini now joined by the 19-year-old Andrea Serafino, young athlete from Italy. They find themselves bogged down between 2 waves now. Disaster for the Italian bid for a medal. That stripped them of their speed slightly. Great Britain now have their speed stripped. They're both down, although it looks as though waves are slightly pushing them to the side. We'll see whether they get a clean landing onto the beach and a clean exit for Laura McKenzie to make her way up the beach. Last couple of strokes, Laura McKenzie getting ready. It's a good exit for her. Sprint is on it once more for Great Britain. I think the wind's going to go to Great Britain. She's not going to want to exert all of her energy now, because she'll be thinking about that A final, which is exactly where Great Britain are going. She's delighted by that certainty of a medal. And we'll see Italy duke it out in the B final to see what they can muster up for a chance at the bronze. What a great conclusion to that race, considering the nail-biting quarter-final that Great Britain had alongside Tunisia. Next up, though, is a hotly anticipated race, France and Spain. France, the European champions from earlier this summer, silver medalists at the Europeans of 2022, bronze medalists in the World Championships of last year. Deeply experienced boat alongside Spain, who were first in the Coastal Mixed Doubles at the 2023, second at the Coastal Mixed Doubles at the 2023 Europeans for Nadia Felipe Garcia. Now we're going to catch up with Niamh again down at the start line.
About to take place here. I am joined by Jackie Kittle of New Zealand. A little bit different to flat water rowing, I take it.
Yeah, it's very different to flat water rowing, especially now with the waves, so it should be good fun.
Yes, congratulations. You qualified your boat for the Olympics recently. Very different conditions here. How are you feeling? You were also in the quad earlier. Feeling good? Feeling tired?
Yeah, it's been a busy day for me, so yeah, just keen to keep the ball rolling.
I love how pumped you are. You're going for it. Okay, go get yourself ready. Off to the start line.
Great positivity in the Kiwi boat. There's the official result then for Mackenzie and Scrimgeour of Great Britain alongside Serafino and Cozzarini of Italy. We'll find out what colour medals, if at all, those will be going home with at the end of competition today. 3 more races remain here on the second day of racing at the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals in Barletta, Puglia, Italy. Next up, this is Edwige Alfray, hugely experienced coastal rower. She's taken to the beach sprint version of coastal rowing, like a duck to water, joined by Ludovic Dubuis. Huge medal roster in their cabinet at home. They've medalled essentially at the last 3 editions of the beach sprints. They're against New Zealand's Jackie Kittle and Matthew Dunham. New Zealand silver medalists in the mixed quad last year. Last couple of moments, they'll be thinking about recovery. The loser of this race has to race in the very next race. So they'll want to make sure that they're getting all that lactic acid out of their legs. We heard earlier that the real drain when it comes to that turning point is in the wrists and the hands. So tough to maintain that grip and work the boat round. Nothing but to fight the ocean and to get that boat pivoted around before you try to get back up to speed and work with the waves on the return leg. We're going to hear the command of putting the boats in the water. So in any second now, we're going to have these athletes under starters' orders. There we go, Edwige Alfred lining up alongside Jackie Kittle in the sprint to the boats. Pretty matched for speed, these two. Let's see how they handle the entry. If they've timed that well, considering Kiwis making just a slightly better of the start there. But we must not underestimate the formidable experience of Alfred and Dubuis for France. They know how to move that boat in all conditions, and already they've drawn level again with New Zealand, taking an aggressive line past the first pencil buoy. Not much separating them as they come up towards the second turning point. Tricky thing is, though, Matthew Dunham's such a fast sprinter. If they come into the beach level, I think you can bet the house on Matthew Dunham getting to that buzzer first. The question is, are they going to come into the beach level? They're level at this point, passing the second turning point. And then we're going to come up to the third turning point, the hairpin bend, the big yellow buoy at the end of the course. You can see that the rolling waves are now a little bit pointier as the afternoon's gotten on. An aggressive and early turn there. That'll work in their favour because they haven't overshot whatsoever, the Kiwis. And now getting the boat back up to speed. They're ahead of France by about a length now. France will have been counting on their proficiency in those turns to perhaps earn them some of the distance back, but I think they might be surprised to have seen how quickly the Kiwis handled that expertly as well. So a great race for New Zealand to be out in front now. It's going to come down to, they find themselves trapped between two waves there. You can see their bow buried. That's going to strip them of all their boat speed and open the door for France to pull up alongside. You can see France now stern up on a wave. That's going to be giving them a little bit of a nudge forwards. So they're going to come into the beach level. This is going to be a really exciting conclusion here. Let's see how they make landfall. New Zealand, perhaps a canvas up on France at this stage. The exit is going to be absolutely everything. We've seen Dunham get this absolutely bang on time and time again. He's constantly looking over his shoulder. He's going to want to time this perfectly. Last stroke or two. Here he comes. He's on the beach and he's so quick. There is no contesting this. Dunham so fast. Dubuis knows that it's happened. New Zealand certain of a medal here today. They go through to the A final, and that means France go through to the B final. What a cracking race that was. Just shows having a sprinter in the bows is worth its weight in gold. So the next race on the course is going to be the B final, where France are going to have a quick turnaround, get the recovery, as much recovery as they possibly can, maybe an energy drink or a bit of hydration in these hot conditions. That'll be important. And then they're going to face up alongside Italy for the bronze medal. Beautiful scenes here as the sun starts to make its way towards the horizon in Barletta. Absolutely stunning conditions and perfect for beach sprint racing. Grandstand still absolutely rammed as we come up towards the end of the day. The last Italian boat we're going to see racing today is in the next race. 2 races left, the B final and then the A final for the mixed doubles. You can't help but feel for Edwige Alfrey and Ludovic Dubuis. They had a great race, but the Kiwis just so quick, and they absolutely nailed that turn. Every technical component of the race executed to perfection by the Kiwis. I think there was a moment that they were caught between 2 waves. Nothing they can do about that. Seems to have stripped them of their boat speed. But they managed to get past that issue. Big GB supporting contingent there. Huge Union flag hanging off the front of that. But we will wait until that A final to find out who will win between Great Britain and New Zealand.
I start from you. All right, stay safe, stay safe, stay safe, stay safe.
Luca Borgini, Italian voice of rowing, superstar of Italian rowing and commentary, making sure that the crowd know exactly what's going on. They'll be getting excited about this next race. Italy's chance for a medal here alongside France. 7 minutes until the start of that race. Not much for recovery, considering they've both done 2 races so far in short order. Barely any time for recovery at all. They'll barely have caught their breath, and the lactic acid won't have hardly drained from their muscles yet.
And we're going all the way to the ocean and then back there. Closing with DJ.
Last couple of minutes until this B final. Turning the boats around, making sure that they've got absolutely everything set up. You can see that the waves are coming in slightly different formations now, from those big rollers that we had through the early portion of this afternoon's racing, now to these slightly shorter, sharper wavelength formations that are coming in those slightly tighter sets. That makes the much more bouncy effect. Luca getting the Mexican wave going, that's what we like to see. All the way around the funnel. Proper party atmosphere with the music from Mark Cavall, the resident DJ here this weekend.
Ed ora, per festeggiare questo momento più bello, fategli un applauso, siete stati straordinari. And now, let's welcome the B final and the A final. Together dancing with our DJ Cavall. Tutti in piedi, balliamo per andare a raccogliere la finale per il terzo e quarto posto e primo e secondo posto.
So good to see the local crowd having a good time here. Mark Cavall in the DJ booth. Beautiful scenes here in Barletta. So much to see around the local area. There's the Norman Swabian Castle of Barletta, just 2 minutes down the coast. A huge defensive fortification. Loads of history in this region of Italy. So I'm sure that the visitors to Barletta are getting that opportunity to get out there, not only see some of the ancient history, but try some of that amazing Italian gelato while they're at it. Last couple of minutes until we've got that B final. Italy's Andrea Serafino, Annalisa Cosarini against Ludovic Dubuis and Edwige Alfrey. It's almost like a bit of an Italian operatic lesson mixed with some dance buzz in the background. Luca Bragini. If anybody's going to get a crowd going, it's our man, Luca. In just a moment, hopefully we're going to have another interview from down by the start line. Neve Hayes doing an awesome job of keeping us informed with all of the latest thinking from our athletes.
Of the B final of the coastal mixed double sculls, it will be Italy versus France. You're going for a bronze medal second year in a row. Are you confident?
Yeah.
Love it, love it. You were just out a few minutes ago as well. The support here from the Italians in Barletta has been amazing, hasn't it?
Yeah, the supporters are really amazing. I love it. And so I hope they continue to support us.
I think they will. Let's hear it for Italy and France. They are up next in the B final, contesting for that bronze medal.
So good to hear from Neve, Edwige Alfrey and Annalisa Cottorini, ready to kick us off again for the third time in the space of an hour for the mixed double sculls. This time there are medals at stake, and one of them will be going home with some metalware, one will not. Just a minute or two until this B final for the mixed double sculls. Temperature starting to ease off this afternoon now as the sun makes its way down. You can see the shadows extending longer and longer as we get towards sunset. And the tricky thing with that is that when these athletes look over their shoulder, having made that turn at the far end to try and spot and make sure that they're on the straightest course back into the beach, they're essentially looking almost directly into the sun. So very, very hard now as the afternoon's gone on to make sure they get that navigation absolutely right. Last minute now until we're underway with this B final, the bronze medal final for the mixed double sculls. Grandstand still packed with just 2 races remaining here today. Shortly after the last race, we're going to have the victory ceremonies for all of the medal-winning categories today. The under-19 men's solo, the under-19 women's solo, the mixed coxed quad, and the mixed double. So we can enjoy seeing these athletes being awarded their medals in proper form as world-rank champions in the beach sprint category. And then, of course, we'll have the same tomorrow for the 6 remaining boat classes, the PR3 mixed double, the under-19 doubles for men and women, the under-19 mixed double, and then the men and women's solos. There goes the command, boats into the water. Just a second or two until we get started with this bronze medal final. See the boat handlers holding the oars well out of the way for a clean entry for Annalisa Cottorini.
Attention.
Here we go. Edwige Alfrey makes a slightly better start there, just slightly quicker off the buzzer. Annalisa Cotterini doing her best to keep the speed. Let's see how they get into the boat then. Edwige Alfrey in first. They'll be the first to take a stroke. Good shunt from their boat handlers. The Italians not getting left behind whatsoever here, though. Only half a length in it as they rocket off the beach. You can see that the waves just getting trickier and trickier now into the evening. Oh, it looked like a missed few strokes there for the bow seat of the French boat. Look at these waves. It's like they're still in the breakers, and that's what you get as the waves get pointier into the afternoon. With such a shallow beach, they push up that much earlier. So you've got a much longer period, like 100, 150 meters, where there are waves like that starting to break. That means you're buffeted up and down, and it also means that you've got those sharp points that you get stuck between in the waves on the return leg. Past the second turning point now, and they're making their way up to the hairpin bend. Let's see how they get around this. Not much of a margin for France now. The Italians have closed it down to next to nothing as we get to TP3. Now around the turning point. Very tightly done by France. I think that's going to take the lead in their favor. The Italians have done it quickly despite going slightly wider, so a very, very different approach. And there's not much separating them now coming up on this return leg. Let's see how they handle the wave formations. Coming up towards the beach now. France just stuck on the wrong side of the crest of this wave. See if they can break past it. They'll then find themselves in another trough though. So this is the tricky trade-off. Do you try to overtake the waves? You don't want to be sat waiting for them to take you into the beach because the boats are faster than the waves here. So Italy out in front now. It's going to come down to the sprint. Andrea Serafino in the bows of the Italian boat. Ludovic Dubuis in the bows of the French boat. I think the Italians are going to make landfall just ahead, and that's going to be enough of a margin to get Serafino out early, as long as they don't get held up here on the top of that wave. Let's see how he makes for the exit. Here we go, Serafino's out. Ludovic Dubuis out as well. I think Serafino's going to make it. It's going to be a bronze medal for Italy. A great result in front of the local favourite crowd. What a result for Italy. They take the bronze here today. Fourth place, therefore, goes to France. Cracking conclusion there in that B final for the mixed doubles. Andrea Serafino and Annalisa Cotterini. And we'll have a quick turnaround, but let's have a look at the recap of this race. Tricky stuff on the way out. You can just see how much they're buffeted and bounced around. And one more race remains this afternoon, the A final for this category of mixed double sculls. It turned out well in the end for Italy. Annalisa Cotterini delighted by the result. So we're going to catch up down there at the start. We've got an opportunity to hear from them. There's the official results, though. 2 and a bit seconds separating them. And a great result for the Italians. Now we're going to pop down to the start and let's hear from them.
And this is a dream coming through. Well done to you, Italy. You got the bronze.
Thank you. We didn't expect such a result. We are very happy. We have worked hard, so okay. Thank you, Annalisa. Thank you to my family, to our club, Saturnia, and
our coach,
to our coach.
Spartaco.
Yes, thank you, Spartaco. And I wanna dedicate this medal to my grandma. Ciao nonna, ti voglio bene. Okay.
I want also to dedicate my medal to my grandma. She's 102 years old, and she is my first supporter, and also to my family and my crew. They have been really important this year for me. Really important to stay in this crew and stay.
Ma il pubblico si sentiva oppure no?
Sì!
Great to see so much support from the locals here in Barletta for the Italian squad. Huge amount of passion and meaning to all of these athletes racing here at the 2023 World Rank Beach Sprint Finals. Particularly for the Italians, able to do so in front of so many of the friends and family traveling from around the country. Now we're going to catch up again for another interview down at the start line.
Here, final race of the day. I'm joined by GBR scrimmager Jackie Kittle. Tension is high. Sam, how are you feeling right now?
Well, you managed to pronounce my second name beautifully, so good, thanks.
Excellent, Jackie. Let's go. You're about to go. I'm going to send you off. Best of luck.
The order from the umpire to put the boats in the water means we're about to find out who's going home with the gold medal. Great Britain and New Zealand. New Zealand in lane 1. Matthew Dunham, Jackie Kittle. Jackie Kittle doing the running here. Great Britain in lane 2. Laura McKenzie and Sam Scrimger. Sam Scrimger starting us off. Last race of the day here at the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, the A final of the mixed double sculls. Jackie Kittle, Sam Scrimger making their way down to the boat. Scrimger gets there first. Let's see if they're able to turn that into a lead. The Kiwis, fast starters we've seen through the previous rounds, but Great Britain get out ahead, just about half a length to them at the moment. We'll see how the navigation goes. We saw how fast the Kiwis were when it came to that turning point at the far end. It will be all about the boat speed through this middle segment. Great Britain making the best of that now. They've extended to a length and a half, and they take that aggressive line past the first turning point, clattering it down with their rigger. The Kiwis, they've got the work to do to try and get back on terms. We know, though, how fast Matthew Dunham is when it comes to his finishing sprint, so they've got that in the bank, that in the locker to rely on when it comes to the closing stages. Laura McKenzie, though, no slouch. We've seen her in the previous rounds, fast off the water as well as on. Now, though, we're coming up to the turning point in 250 meters away from the beach. We'll see how they get themselves around this. The Kiwis closing in on Great Britain's lead at the moment. It's going to be so important that they get this return leg right for both boats to make sure they don't get bogged down in between two waves. Race ending it can be. Let's see how they take this aggressive line around the turning point. New Zealand a little bit wider than they were last time. Great Britain around and starting to make their way back. The Kiwis have made up a lot of distance there, and they get their stern on the wave for a little bit of a push. So that sees them pull out in front of Great Britain now on this return leg. That's been a huge advantage to them, having that big wave there to coast into this return leg. The British, I think, saw that coming. We're going to see what they can do to make amends for it. I think New Zealand now caught between those two waves, or just on the wrong side of a big one. Great Britain going quite wide here now. You can see how far off to the top of the screen they've gone. That's going to only increase the distance that Laura McKenzie's going to have to run when she gets onto the shore. Now the Kiwis, you can see this wave behind them. That's going to lift their stern, give them a bit of a push in towards the line. We'll see whether they can take advantage of that all the way in to the buzzer. Gold and silver medals at stake. Both of these crews will go home with a medal. The question is what colour. Great Britain on the wave set, just one ahead. The question's going to be, can Laura McKenzie turn that into a medal with her finishing sprint? She's out early. She's making her way up the beach, but Matthew Dunham is so fast. He's going for it. I think he's going to get there first. Let's see how this turns out. Matthew Dunham gets there ahead of Laura McKenzie. What a finishing sprint. An amazing conclusion there. Dunham just so quick. I think Great Britain just too far off to the side meant that Laura had a longer run to make up the beach. And Dunham getting in closer to their flag meant that they had a shorter distance for the Kiwis. So gold goes to New Zealand and silver to Great Britain. And unbelievably, that's all of the racing done here on day 2 of the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. New Zealand take the gold ahead of Great Britain for the silver, and then the bronze goes to Italy. An amazing result in the last race of the day. In just a moment, we're going to pop back down to the start line where we're going to have an interview where Neve has managed to get hold of Matthew Dunham and Jackie Kittle. Looking at a replay of that race. Tricky navigation for Great Britain on the return leg. Just saw them go a little bit off to the side. And the distance that Laura McKenzie had to run to get back up for that starting buzzer, perhaps twice the distance of the New Zealand team, and they already had the fast sprinting Kiwis.
With him.
A lot of emotion in the New Zealand
We are here
combination.
with the champions of the mixed double sculls, New Zealand, Jackie Kittle, Matthew Dunham. Look at the emotion on their faces. Jackie, you just said this is the best race. You've done a lot of rowing in your career, but this is one of the highlights.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, as I kind of said before, but it's like you ride the highs and the lows as a partnership, and we've had a lot of highs and a lot of lows in our partnership, and so to be able to be on the high together is just something else, like really something else.
It's just amazing to see the passion on your faces. You must be unbelievably thrilled, Matthew.
I can't believe it. Like, Jackie said it perfectly, like highs, lows, We've had so many struggles in the sport of rowing, and this sport has just already given so much to us, and to be able to do the mixed double together and be world champions together, it's unbelievable.
Did you think coming here to Italy this was going to happen?
No.
Not at all. Not at all.
Well, go and enjoy the celebrations. Amazing work. They are world champions, the mixed double New Zealand.
So good to see these two top of the world for New Zealand. We followed their lightweight racing careers on the flat water, and now they've made it to the top of the podium in the mixed double sculls here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Next up, though, we've got the victory ceremonies for these 4 boat classes that we've enjoyed through the course of this afternoon's session. Look at this. I think that's some of the boat handlers looking to make sure that they get thrown in the water. Customary tradition, of course, in all rowing events. Any winner needs to be chucked into the local river or body of water. Absolutely amazing result for Matthew Dunham and Jackie Kittle. And let's not discount Laura McKenzie, Sam Scringer for Great Britain taking the silver, and Andrea Serafino and Annalisa Cozzarini for Italy with the bronze. Beautiful scenes here with the sun setting over Barletta, and the Kiwis able to properly celebrate, as are Great Britain and Italy. Now they're going to be making their way up to the victory ceremony podium to receive their medals in just a moment's time. First, though, we'll have the under-19 men's solo, which was awarded, well, which was raced at 2 o'clock this afternoon between 2 and 3 p.m. It seems like an age ago that happened. But we're going to have that medal ceremony in just a few moments' time. For the time being, we're going to enjoy some of these beautiful scenes of the venue here, the Finnish funnel in Barletta. What a cracking day it's been here at the second day of racing in the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Some of the highlights through the course of the day. You can just see how the conditions changed as the afternoon went on. This morning's racing relatively flat, no real breakers to be concerned about. But then as the wind picked up through the course of the afternoon, oh look at this, Malachi Anderson just losing control of his blade, costing him that race in the final. But the conditions got trickier and trickier through the afternoon. Elabel Haji Mohammed winning the gold medal for the third time on the trot for Tunisia in the under-19 women's solo. And then we're into the quads, the big boats of the afternoon. So many things to get right to make these quads dominate out there on the water. Won overall by the USA. Some amazing sprint finishes and dives for the buzzer. Look at that photo finish. Great Britain and Tunisia. And then, of course, finishing up with the mixed doubles in the afternoon. Looking now to the Victory Awards podium, or stage. You can see the media wall there, all the social media posts from those taking part here and indeed around the world, telling everybody what they think. Ends up on the media wall here at the venue in Barletta. Crowd starting to gather for the medal ceremonies. We're starting off with the ceremony for the under-19 men's solo first. Cracking series of races that was, culminating in two very close friends from Italy and the USA, both ending up in that A final and battling it out for the gold. Last minute or two, and I'm sure we're going to have the start of these victory ceremonies. Only right that we get the opportunity to celebrate the achievements of all of these athletes who competed here today. We can see the great volunteers from around the local area have been drafted in to carry the medal trays that will be presented to the athletes who've already lined up, ready to go. Make sure that their friends and family have the opportunity to celebrate their achievements here today on the world stage. Medals and gifts here being presented for the junior, the under-19 men's solo. Jean-Christophe Roland, president of World Rowing's here. He's going to be giving the award for this under-19 men's solo. He's accompanied by the mayor of Barletta, Cosimo Damiano Canito. So much goes into putting on these events. The mayor himself coming down to award the prizes. Great to have the local community so involved as our sport comes to town.
Welcome to the stage, the Coastal Under-19 men's solo winners for the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals.
Signore e signori, Accogliamo sul palco delle premiazioni.
Here are the medalists accompanying the medals onto the stage. Shortly followed behind them by our presenter, Jean-Christophe Roland. And then behind him with the mayor's sash, Cosimo Damiano Canito, mayor of Barletta.
The medals will be presented by. Le medaglie saranno consegnate da World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Roland. Accompanied by. Accompagnato da Mayor of Barletta. Il sindaco di Barletta, Cosimo Damiano Canito.
So good to have seen the friendship grow between Fugazzotto and Anderson. And amazing to find them both in the A final facing off against each other. But the bronze medal being awarded here to Omar El Khamati of Egypt.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Egypt.
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo, rappresentando l'Egitto.
There's Omar El Khamati, bronze medalist. Neve Hayes announcing the medalists. Next up, we've got Malachi Anderson, the silver medalist on the left-hand side for the USA.
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento, rappresentando gli Stati Uniti d'America.
Malachi Anderson, these three, in fact, careers worth following in the rowing world. And then our world champion now for 2023 in the under-19 men's solo
Winner
category.
of gold medal representing Italy.
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro,
Fugazzotto.
rappresentando l'Italia, Lucio Fugazzotto.
He's the European champion and now he's the world champion as well. Fantastic result for him. And fantastic in front of the home crowd here in Italy. Gold medal. Lucio Fugazzotto, coached by Franco Cataneo. They'll be delighted with that result. And again, another career worth following as he moves up through the age groups into the under-23 and the senior squads.
Italy. Signori e signori, unitevi a noi per l'inno
nazionale italiano.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Facciamo un grande applauso ai nostri medagliati.
Such a cracking result for those three young athletes. Careers worth following as they progress on through the age groups in their national federations. That was the under-19 men's solo victory ceremony. We've got 3 more to come. Next up, though, we've got the under-19 women's solo victory ceremony. There's been some great racing here in these beautiful conditions in Barletta. Barely a cloud in the sky all day. And absolutely consistent day after day in the conditions. Flat as a pancake in the morning, and the wind just building slightly through the afternoon to give us a bit of spice out there on the water for the athletes to contend with.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next victory ceremony will be underway shortly.
Signore e signori, la prossima cerimonia di premiazione inizierà a brevissimo.
Please welcome to the stage the Coastal Under-19 Women's Solo winners for the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals.
Signore e signori, accogliamo sul palco delle premiazioni le vincitrici del singolo Under 19 femminile dei campionati del mondo di Beach Sprint.
Time now for the victory ceremony of the under-19 women's solo. Medals being presented here by Vincent Gaillard, who joined me in the commentary booth earlier on, World Rowing's Executive Director. Now accompanied by Roberto Piorizzi, the President of the organising committee that puts on this event. So it's very apt that these two come up together. Executive Director for World Rowing, who set the standards on how to run great events, and then the President of the local organising committee, who's made it all happen here in Barletta.
Il presidente del comitato organizzatore di Barletta, Roberto Rizzi.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain.
Vincitrice della medaglia di bronzo, rappresentando la Gran Bretagna.
Evelyn Packle.
Evelyn Packle taking the bronze medal here for Great Britain. Fantastic performance from her. Very steady and consistent in her approach to rowing. Winning out in that B final ahead of Hannah El-Sobski of Egypt.
Winner of the silver medal, representing United States of America.
Vincitrice della medaglia d'argento, rappresentando gli Stati Uniti d'America.
Annalise Hall.
Annalise Hall for the USA, taking home the silverware. She was up against some tough competition all the way through alongside Hella Belhaji Mohammed. She's not done with her racing yet either, because we're going to see Annelies Hull competing tomorrow in the last 8 for the under-19 women's double with her fellow countrywoman, Annalie Duncombe, who joined me in the commentary booth earlier this afternoon. So it's not all over yet for Annelies Hull. More racing yet to come.
Winner of the gold medal, representing Tunisia.
Vincitrice della medaglia d'oro, rappresentando la Tunisia.
Hella Belhaji Mohammed.
Hella Belhaji Mohammed, for the 3rd time, she's at the top of the podium, arguably the best beach sprinting woman on the face of this planet. She's fast off the water, fast on the water, and she's got the technical proficiency to handle all of those difficult turns and twists through all of the racing. Great result for the young Tunisian, just 18 years of age. Reconfirming for the 3rd time her being top of the podium in the under-19 women's solo event.
Of Tunisia.
Ed ora unitevi a noi per l'inno nazionale della Tunisia.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
Great result across the under-19 women's solo podium. Hella Belhaji Mohammed, Annelies Hull, and Evelyn Pakul.
Please welcome to the stage the Coastal Mixed Coxed Quadruple Sculls winners for the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals.
Signore e signori, accogliamo sul palco delle premiazioni i vincitori del
Next up then, the victory ceremony here for the Coastal Mixed Coxed Quadruple Sculls.
2023.
Medals here being awarded by Patrick Brombout, World Rowing Executive Committee member, accompanied here by the Council of Sport for Barletta, Marcello De Gennaro.
Membro del Comitato Esecutivo World Rowing,
Patrick Brombout, accompanied by
accompagnato da Frantoio Papparella, official partner, Michael Paparella.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo,
New Zealand.
New Zealand taking the bronze medal here. Michael Brake, Kristen Frood, Joseph Sullivan, Jackie Kittle, and Matthew Dunham.
Nuova Zelanda rappresentata da
Matthew Dunham, Jackie Kittle, Joseph Sullivan, Kirsten Road, and Michael Gray.
Winners of the silver medal,
Vincitori della medaglia d'argento,
Italy. Italy represents
Italy taking the silver medal.
Italia.
Maria Elena Zerboni, Gustavo Ferrio, Lorenzo Gaioni, Samantha Premel, and Filippo Wiesenfeld.
Filippo Wiesenfeld, Samantha Premer, Lorenzo Gaglione, Gustavo Ferrio, Maria Elena Zerboni,
winners of the gold medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro,
United States of America.
World champions, though, the USA, Coral Caston, Corey Rogers, Alexa McAuliffe, Jenny Sawley, and Chris Back. Amazing conclusion to their bid here this week and this year.
Corey Rogers, Alexa McAuliffe, Jenny Sorley, and Christopher Bach. Please join us for the national anthem of United States of America.
Per favore, unisciti a noi per l'inno nazionale degli Stati Uniti d'America.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Please welcome to the stage the Coastal Mixed Double Sculls winners for the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals.
Accogliamo sul palco delle
Now for the Coastal Mixed Double Sculls victory ceremony, Matthew Dunham and Jackie Kittle back up there. They were just there a minute ago. This time, though, they're in the middle of that podium.
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
World Rowing Council member
il consigliere World Rowing.
Medals being presented here
Gwyn Batten,
by Gwyn Batten,
accompanied by
member of the World Rowing Council.
Accompagnata da Frantonio Paparella, official partner.
By Michele Paparella from Frantoia Paparella, an official partner of the event.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italia rappresentata da
Italy's Andrea Serafino on the left and Annalisa Cozzarini on the right. Great performance from them, taking home the bronze medal for Italy.
winners of the silver medal.
Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented
Great Britain
by
taking home the silverware. Laura McKenzie, Sam Scrimger.
Rappresentata da
Nail-biting races we've had from them through the course of the weekend.
and Sam Scrimmager.
And of course our world champions in the coastal mixed double sculls, New Zealand's Matthew Dunham and Jackie Kittle. Cracking performance from them. They're going home with the gold in the mixed double, bronze in the coxed quad. No shying away from the fact that those two boats were racing pretty much back to back through the course of this afternoon, the coxed quad and then the mixed double.
For the national anthem of New Zealand.
Unitevi a noi per l'inno nazionale della Nuova Zelanda.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Applaudiamo tutti i nostri medagliati.
Well, what a fantastic day of racing here at the 2023 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, Barletta, Puglia, Italy. That's the last victory ceremony of the day for the mixed double sculls. Some really close stuff as the day's gone on, and the conditions only spiced up through the course of the afternoon. Calm stuff for this morning for the last 16 of the boat classes we're looking forward to tomorrow. But spicy stuff out there as the waves really picked up through the course of the afternoon into the last 8 for the under-19 solos, and then the mixed coxed quad and the mixed double. Beautiful scenes here as the sun's now coming down to set on the second day of racing. More to come tomorrow though. We start off tomorrow morning with the last 16 for the under-19 mixed double and the open age men's and women's solos. We've then got the PR3 mixed double finals for the last 8 for the under-19 men's and women's doubles, the under-19 mixed double, and then the men's and women's solo. Packed schedule of racing tomorrow, but for the time being, my name's Peter O'Hanlon. You've been listening to me and my great guest commentators through the course of today. We're going to say goodbye for now, but we hope you join us again for Racing Live tomorrow morning.
Enjoy your night.